Hello, welcome to DevFest Norway 2020. My name is Sarah Fulmer and I will be hosting today for our great lineup of speakers. We have a good team behind us as well. I'd like to introduce Oyvind, who is our video maestro and also leader of GDG Bergen, and Rustam, who is leader of GDG Oslo, and Vaibhav, leader of GDG Sørlandet. Prashant, GDG Stavanger. Did I mix you guys up? No. And Majid, who is helping with GDG Oslo as well. And so we are the 6 GDGs collaborating to bring you DevFest this year in Norway. It's our first ever DevFest Norway, and we're really excited to have all of you here to join us for our great speaker lineup today. So Vaibhav, would you like to tell us about our speakers?
Sure. We have a very exciting lineup of speakers today. Today's talks are primarily on mobile and front end, and we have speakers from 3 continents talking about exciting stuff. So hope you guys have a good time.
Thanks. And we also have some sponsors today that we need to extend our thanks to because this would not be possible without them. So, Oyvind?
Yeah, our great sponsors, Microsoft and Google, they helped us out a lot with making this happen.
Yes, and finally, we have a code of conduct for today. I'm sure it won't be a problem, but if there is, Rustam can tell you about it.
Yeah, a quick recap of it's pretty much the same like it was said for the first day. So be nice to each other, be supportive and respectful with each other. And if there is anything, if there is you observe a violation, or if it happens to you, or if you see something happening to somebody else, please let us know at contact@devfest.no. It's a limited, closed group of people that will be receiving those emails. That's basically all those people that you see here on the screen, and that's it. So if there is anything, please let us know, and we will handle it in a nice and discreet manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Rustam. All right, so that is us, and now it's time to pass the virtual mic to Walid Arshad, who is our guest speaker, GDE, and Flutter expert, who will be talking to us about security and Flutter apps. I am personally very excited for this talk.
Thank you, Sarah.
The floor is yours, Walid.
Thank you. So just share my screen. Hello guys, this is Walid, and I'm a Google developer expert from Pakistan. So this I have been the only one here and the first one here. So I'm trying that more people come towards this path. So let's just not waste any further time and just begin, because we have 20 minutes, and in 20 minutes I'll be giving you some tips and some techniques in which you can apply in your Flutter apps, so that you can ensure security in Flutter. So I'll be also explaining some techniques which are not related to Flutter, but I'll do that in the end. So we'll discuss about some best practices and stuff like that. So let's just begin. Let me just pointer. So I am Walid, and I'm a senior Flutter developer at VentureDive. I am a Google developer expert in Flutter and a community lead in Flutter Karachi. So Flutter Karachi is Pakistan's first Flutter community that is officially recognized by Google. So we started off around a couple of years ago, and we had some events due to which we got some visibility, and then Google approached us, and then we had some collaboration there. So we are operating in Pakistan, majorly in Karachi, and we are supporting other communities within Pakistan as well. So what we are going to talk about today today we are going to talk about these four things. I'll just introduce you a little bit about Flutter. I'll talk about some vulnerabilities and obviously the solutions that we can have in Flutter for those vulnerabilities. And then we'll discuss some best practices about the security things. So guys, just before we begin, I would just like to tell you that after this presentation, after these 20 minutes, you might not be able to start implementing all of these practices, but you will know at least that what are the things that you need to take care of, so that you can just go and Google and stuff, and then find plugins and then integrate them to your applications, because we just have 20 minutes, so I cannot show you how to actually code them, or how to actually implement them in a Flutter app. So this is just an introduction of all the things, all the tips, all the things that I will mention. So just you note them down. I'll share my slides as well, so that you can just implement whatever you like. Before we begin, let's just introduce a little about Flutter. So there are a lot of people defining Flutter differently. There are different definitions of what Flutter is, what does it do. So in whatever I have researched regarding Flutter, I define it as a literal cross-platform UI toolkit. So why do I call it literal? Because whenever we are talking about cross-platform, majorly we talk about iOS and Android. So cross-platform is not just iOS and Android. So the Flutter is, I call it a literal cross-platform, because it compiles native applications through one single code base for iOS, for Android, for web, for macOS, for Windows, for web, for embedded systems, and like it's actually cross-platform. So you code one thing, and then you almost you run it on every platform seamlessly. Apart from this, it is really fast. The reason behind being fast is it runs like games. So it paints its own UI over the GPU. So it does not use the CPU. So it has Skia. Skia is a graphics engine for mobile. So it actually runs like games. Therefore, it's really performant, and you have every pixel on the screen. You have control over every pixel on the screen. Its hot reload is extremely extremely good. When Google launched this, and I came to know that hot reload is 300 milliseconds, that it is really fast, and it's all like that. So these are all the selling points. But when we usually use these things, so we are usually disappointed by the things that someone has sold something else, and the actual it's pretty much far away. But for Google, when I used it, so it was really surprising to see that actually what was sold, it was actually there. It was actually working like that. So it's actually fast. It's actually very developer friendly. I would recommend you, for those who haven't tried this, you should at least try it. So let's just jump to the security part. According to analytics, 57% of the digital media time is spent on mobile phones. So in order to understand why security is important, we need to understand how much people use mobile phones. So people use mobile phones almost for everything now, from banking, from food ordering, from travel, to trip advisors, and ordering stuff, online shopping, and you name it. So out of all the time that we spend on digital media means that the laptop, the television, and all the digital things, we spend more than half of our time on mobile phones. So we are more than a half, 50% vulnerable to be attacked through phones. So therefore, security of mobile phones is really important. Let's just start with the first basic thing. So whenever you are working with Flutter, so you need to keep your Flutter repository up to date with the latest version, because Flutter team is constantly upgrading their backend, their whole architecture, and they are keeping it secure. So the first and foremost thing is that you should be very, updated to the latest version of Flutter. So when we update to the latest versions of Flutter, some things, sometimes it has some breaking changes, so you need to, sometimes refactor your code for that. But it is highly recommended that you keep yourself updated to the latest, to the latest versions, in order to maintain the basic level security that Flutter provides itself. Other than that, you have authentication in your applications. So every app has some authentication. You allow the user to log into your app. So if you don't have any limitations regarding your business, your business flow, so we recommend that you use your Firebase Auth and Google Sign and the whole life cycle that we usually use inside our apps. So you use Firebase Auth, you use Google Sign in, and you use proper authentication mechanisms in order to make your apps secure, apps login secure. So in this way, nobody which is not authorized to use your app will not be able to get inside your app. And the people who will be using all these sign-in methods, they will obviously be using some Gmail ID and secured account. And you will have, you will know actually that how many users you have, which email IDs they're using. So you will always be having those things. Encrypted tokenization, I'll discuss it a little further after a few slides. So that is communication with the server thing. So next thing you need to do is you need to use shared preferences to store persistent data. So sometimes you must have been using apps which require login on the first time. And then when you log in again, it doesn't ask you for the login. It directly lands you to the home page. You are already logged in. So stuff like that, you do it through shared preferences. It is highly recommended that you should not store passwords or pins inside shared preferences, because that is usually vulnerable, and that is usually you should keep data that is not really important for you. So you can keep checks for that, and you can keep some encrypted keys if you want. So you should not keep plain store passwords and pins in shared preferences. Okay, so the safest thing in which you can store your data is in memory. Nothing is more secure than in-memory caches, because that vanishes as soon as you kill the app. That's the biggest thing. So whatever you have inside in-memory, so that stays within the session. So whenever you kill the app, the whole memory is cleared. So if you're not killing the app, like if you're using it and if you have it in the background for a longer period of time, so that cache, in-memory cache, can also be can also lead to vulnerabilities. So you need to clear that as well. So this is a little code snippet that tells you that you should clean or clear all your variables and all your stuff that you are using inside the application. This is how you do it. Like, this is a simple code snippet that calculates the time. You can tell it how many minutes do you want, and after you need to clear all the cache. So this is the paused lifecycle. You must have heard about app lifecycle in iOS and Android. So we have this widgets binding observer that handles all the lifecycle activities. So whenever, like, you are coming back to the application, you are pressing home button, you are minimizing your app, all of this you can handle through this app lifecycle state. So this is one example that if it's paused and you have these 15 minutes are passed, and you can clear all the cache. So that is when you're not killing the application, and you have some data, some variables are filled with some data and some keys and some models and all of that. So they are all cleared after this specific period of time. So you can clear all the cache like this in memory cache. So in-memory cache is automatically cleared when you kill the application. But if your application is running, and if it's in background or somewhat like that, so you need to do this in order to clear it. That's just a security tip. Okay, this is really important. Whenever you are going out of your app and you're coming back, whether you have minimized it or you have closed it, do make sure that you use this thing in your application. You use fingerprint or you use Face ID for allowing the users back into the application, because nowadays we are using our phones and we lend it to other people and stuff like that. So you have your phone in somebody else's hand and he just opens up an app, and the app is resumed from the previous state. So it should not resume from the previous state. You should as soon as somebody navigates to your app, if it's opened previously, as soon as somebody navigates your app, it should ask for Face ID, or it should ask for fingerprint, or at least some passcode at least. So you need to implement this so that nobody else takes your phone and start using your app without any authentication. So this is really important. How to use this? You have this package, and I'll make sure that this presentation is shared with you guys. So this package is what it does is it exposes all the APIs from the native side to the Flutter side, so that you can use all of these authentication stuff in Dart code. So this is one package that is really cool, and you can use it for fingerprint authentication in Android, for Touch ID in iOS, and for Face ID in iOS. So you can use that. Always use officially approved plugins to ensure pre-embedded permissions. So you must have seen that there are permissions in the applications. Whenever you are going to access maps, it pops up and it asks you that you need to allow your location, and in iOS you need to allow for once, or for lifetime, or only while using the app. All of those permissions you see, they are all need to be asked from the user. So if you're coding something, and if you are going to access maps and you are doing it manually, like not using any plugins, so you need to ask specific permissions separately. So it is recommended that for things like that, you use officially approved plugins, official plugins for maps, for fingerprint, for location, and for Bluetooth and stuff like that, for SMS reading, for storage, for photos, for camera. So when you use officially approved plugins, so what they do is they have their the permission asking code embedded in their plugin. So you don't need to specifically ask for permissions from user before accessing anything. So if you're using maps and you use something official, so that official plugin will make sure that it asks for the permission before it allows you to access it. Even then, in worst cases, you can use your own code and you can use permissions. So there is a permissions package for that. So you just go to pubdev and you search for it. So there is a special permissions package for that, simple permission and stuff like that. There are 2 or 3 plugins, and you just see the popularity and you just see if it's officially approved or not. So you can use that plugin to ask for permissions specific to your case. This is really cool. Flutter, actually, there is nothing like in Dart to make this possible, but I'll just show you that how you do it in native. There is one single line code and you can do it. So just to explain what is a smaller app window. A smaller app window is this, what you see it here. So when when you swipe up or when you minimize your app, and then you see all the minimized apps, so you see the last screen that you are on, like in this minimized state. So you need to, if you have any banking app, so this is really vulnerable, because your bank details are on the application's home screen, and you press the home button, and then when you see minimized apps, so all the apps are showing you the home screen of their respective screens. So that is really, somebody can take screenshots, somebody can copy your details, or somebody can see what is your bank account and all of that. So for that, you need to secure this smaller app window, so that when the app is minimized, so you don't see this thing. So what you do for that, for Android, it's simply you can just in your main activity, you can just add this line get window.add flags secure. So whenever your Android app is minimized, you won't see anything on this, like what you're seeing right now. In iOS, you can change the color as well. So we have separate code for that, but this is the main basic code if it becomes active, you see this this code. It says no, a hidden no, and when your app is in background, it says it in yes. So this won't appear. And you can also change the color depending upon your theme. If your theme is of blue color, So you can add this code and you can change the color. I have not shared the code for color changing, but you can find it easily. So it's not a big deal. So this was securing the smaller app window. Obfuscation. So guys, this is, some people say that obfuscation is not a part of security. Some people say that it is a part of security. It's actually, making the code harder to read, because when you have an APK and when you dismantle it using any tool, so you can see the code, you can see the classes which are which are written. So when obfuscation, what does obfuscation do? It makes your code harder to read. So if you have a class, for example, employee, so it will the obfuscation, this ProGuard and this R8, these are examples of paid softwares. So these have some free free thing as well. So they have some limited amount of obfuscation for free, but these are paid. So what they do is, if you have a class named employee, so the ProGuard or the obfuscating tool will do it like class A. So you don't actually know, the hacker or the person who is reverse engineering the application, he does not actually know that what this class is for. So he will have the code, but he will not be able to read it. So that's actually obfuscation, making the code harder to read. So you can do it as well. There are some tricks that you can, there are some code snippets that you will find on Flutter website as well to obfuscate the code in Android and all that, so that it becomes harder to read. This is something that I was researching on, and I found it interesting, so I'd just like to mention it. I have not explored a lot about this, but this is this is a very secure secure thing that you can use in Android and iOS as well. So these are natively, these have native support. So what you do is, you store keys in Android and you store keys in iOS, encrypted keys and encrypted things. So they are encrypted through through hardware based, on the processor. So this is a very big science behind this. So they secure it through your app ID, com dot something that you have in your application. So it secures through that. So it's something very complicated and very complex, but it's very easy to use. So if you have any, if you want to explore it, so you just go and Google it, and you can find official documentation for both Android and iOS. So if you have any, if you are working in a banking application or very secure application where your user data is very important, and you don't want to lose it, so you might need this as well. So towards the end, I would just like to mention these 4 things that has nothing to do with Flutter specific, but you should use it. We have plugin for SSL and TLS. So SSL is this is a encrypted communication between the app and the server. So you have the HTTPS protocol, and then you have SSL and TLS protocol over it. So the server needs to know that the app that is connecting to it, whether it is authorized to connect or not. So you have a key inside your app, and then you check it with the server, and then this is the cycle. So this is just to mention that this is a term that you can you can Google it, and you can find it out about it. And you need to, if you want to implement it, if you use HTTPS, that's enough security, but you can use these things as well. So encrypted communication with the server and storing server keys in encrypted form. So this is what like I'm currently working in a banking application. So what we do is, the server sends a key with every API call, and the mobile application decrypts that key and then encrypts it again, and then sends it back to the server with every call. So even if the hacker manages to hack one call, like one API call, so he will have to he will stuck on the other call, because every time the key is generated at runtime, and then it's encrypted, and then it's sends to the server, and then server decrypts it. So it's all the encrypted decrypted communication between the server with every call. So that is extraordinary level of security that you might need if you are working in very secured applications, or in something like banking sectors or healthcare and something like that. So that is if you have like if you have a server public key, which you have to keep in your application so that you decrypt and encrypt with that. So those server keys should be kept in encrypted form, so that when the reverse engineering is done, so the keys are not in plain text. So don't put them in plain text. Use encrypted forms. So that is what all about it. And that is a plugin for SSL pinning, and you can use it for implementing SSL in Dart and Flutter. Finally, towards the end, I would just like to say that nothing in this world is 100% secure. So you will always be vulnerable to things, and you will have the only way to make yourself most secure is this: you need to keep adapting. Whatever the new things are coming, you need to adapt to that. You need to adapt to new security measures, because the security measures that were adopted 10 years ago, you cannot live with that right now, because that have been exploited and they are all broken. So you need to keep updating yourself with respect to security, because there is nothing that you can develop and you can say that nobody can hack it or nobody can break it. So it is all about time. If you develop something right now which is very, very secure, most secure, not breakable, it might break after a year or two. So you will have to adopt and keep yourself upgraded. That's all from my side today. Thank you so much. Let me just stop my screen share and come back to. So that's all about today's task. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you GDG Norway for arranging this. It was really nice, and I didn't I was not expecting that it would go so fast and the time would go so fast. So it's really cool, and I tried to cover most of the topics that I wanted to, and it was I'm pretty satisfied that I was able to cover the topics, at least mention some things that I wanted the audience to know. So all of these things, yeah. Thank you. I guess you're on mute, Sarah. You're on mute.
I'm new at this. We have a question.
Yeah.
You have
Okay.
another minute to answer,
Yeah.
if
Okay.
you can. And that
Yeah.
is, would you recommend using encrypted token in shared preferences?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can recommend it, because if you are storing it in encrypted form, it's a little upgraded level of security, which is acceptable. Depends if you are using that token for what purpose. That depends. If you are using that token for, that is, if that token is universal for everything, then I would not recommend that you use that. If that token is for login purposes or for some authentication purposes, you can store it. So you need to just figure out that if that token gets broken, or if that token gets exploited, what will be the impact of that. So that is all about it. So if you share preferences, you can store tokens. And I also sometimes in my applications I used to store encrypted keys and encrypted things in share preferences, which is fine. Like, you can do that.
Okay. We have two more questions about Flutter on desktop,
Okay.
if you have for those. How secure is Flutter desktop at the moment? Do the same concepts apply there as well?
Okay, so whenever I'm talking about plugins or talking about things like that, so whenever you're going to use plugins for security or things like that, so you always see that what platform that plugin is supported on. So if that plugin is supported on iOS, Android, web, desktop, so that's pretty much okay. You can use it. But if you are if that plugin is not available for the platform that you're using, then you might need to go drill down to the native level and implement something like that. So
Sure.
Regarding Flutter desktop, we cannot say anything, because the Google itself has not said anything about production level things in Flutter desktop. So we are not in a position to say that how secure it is. So it's all about, if you're using some officially approved plugin, so you need to see that if it's available for web or for desktop, and use it.
Okay. I have to move on to the next speaker, but I think there are some questions in the YouTube chat and the GDG platform chat, if you wouldn't mind going to.
If we have time, then it's okay. But if we don't have time, then ask them to email me. Like they can email me and they can LinkedIn me their questions.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Walid. It was
Thank you.
very
Thank you so
informative.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hey, hi everyone.
This is Nicola Corti. He's joining us from Spotify today to talk about mobile DevOps.
Sorry,
I'm going to
I had a
mute
lot of
myself
feedback.
and let you take the stage.
I think it was my fault, but yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, you're going to talk about mobile DevOps. I'm very excited for this talk as a mobile developer myself, and you can just take it away.
Absolutely. So give me 1 second. Let me just present my. Okay. Are you able to see the slides? And can you hear me well? Can I get some feedback? Yes. Okay. Okay. So hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining. My name is Nicola Corti. I work as Android infra engineer. I'm based in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm really excited to be here. You can find me on Twitter or on GitHub as Cortinico. I'm happy to chat over there. If you have like any other question, feel free to reach out. And today we're going to talk about mobile DevOps. So let's get started. When we talk about DevOps and mobile DevOps in general, I want to mention that it's sometimes hard to find like a proper definition. So if you search online for a definition of DevOps, you will not find like a common definition of it. So I just picked one. This is coming from the Google Cloud platform section, and they define DevOps as an organizational and cultural movement that aims to increase software delivery velocity, improve service reliability, and build shared ownership among software stakeholders. Amazing. So if you get any other definition of DevOps, you will see that all of them, they share one concept that is cultural. They all have a foundation based on the culture. So DevOps is all about building culture. And mobile DevOps is as well about building culture. So my talk will start actually from that, culture. So the group of people that are building something. A side effect of the culture is actually the development. So once you have like a strong culture that with developers that believe in DevOps practices, you're actually able to write proper code. And another byproduct of the culture is a product that in case of mobile is generally like an Android or an iOS app. Obviously, development and product are strictly connected each other, but they are both based on having a strong culture. So to recap, the culture is the group of people, so the who is behind this process. The development is the what, so actually writing the code, and the product is the final output, so the why we're actually building something great to help our users. So I want to start from the culture because, as I said, that's basically the strong foundation of building a mobile DevOps effort in your company. So, as I said, the culture is about people. So about people that are part of your organization and are supporting you in building something great. I want to mention like a couple of learnings and patterns that I saw that are really valuable and important to to start building a culture, like a mobile DevOps culture, if you don't have it yet in your company, or to reinforce your mobile DevOps culture if you already have one. I want to mention that first, it should be built by everyone. It's not just a responsibility of someone, like just a single group of people in your company. It's up to everyone to build processes and make sure that they're like enforced and used by everyone. I want to mention that mobile DevOps specifically should be based on ownership and shared responsibility. So you should always be able to give ownership of certain parts of your mobile apps to certain teams, but at the same time, there would be processes that are shared across your entire company. Think about code reviews or CI systems. But generally, the mobile DevOps culture is driven by a certain team, and this team is called the platform team. I want to talk about the platform team because I think they play a fundamental role on how the mobile DevOps grows inside an organization. So what is the platform team? When your company it's pretty small and it's just like, let's call it at the startup level, you probably don't even have a platform team. You just have a small mobile team with some mobile engineers, Android, iOS engineers, and maybe there is someone in that team that is more passionate about platform topics, and they will just be responsible of building the CI, building the testing infrastructure, just because they like those specific topics. Once your company starts to grow, you will probably have different teams. And inside every team, there will be Android engineers that are responsible of different areas of your product. But also, you'll probably end up having a shared backlog of platform responsibilities. So for every team, there will be someone maybe that is more, again, interested in this kind of topics, being the CI, the testing infra, like anything infra related. And you might end up in a situation where you have like this shared backlog where those engineers can freely pick up tasks to do with a setup that can be like a rotation, like every week, a team is responsible of taking some tasks from those. The natural evolution of this is actually having a proper platform team. So a single team that is responsible of all the infra-related work. I mean, like this team is generally called the Android platform team or the Android core team or the foundation team, and is basically responsible of, as I said, taking care of the build, making sure that the other Android engineers that are working in other teams are able to ship a proper product and they don't get blocked, so they can fully focus on feature development, and they all belong to this single platform team to get support. And the natural evolution of this is when your company grows more and more, this single platform team will become a bottleneck. So you will have to split it. That's why you will end up having functional platform teams. So different teams responsible of these distinct platform areas. So you will have one platform team that is responsible of the build, another of the testing infra whatsoever, and other feature-only teams that are responsible of interacting with others. Why I'm telling you this? Because I think the platform team is crucial to make sure that those mobile DevOps culture grows within a company. Specifically, they are sometimes the owner of certain processes. They are responsible of making decisions like which language we will use, which technology we will use, how we are going to share code between platforms. Those questions are crucial and fundamental to shape the health of your organization. So those teams are responsible of driving those teams forward, and you need to make sure that you pay attention to those teams because they can become like a crucial point of your overall company. Specifically, sometimes you might end up in situations where other developers, mobile developers, come up with questions like those, like how about we introduce this new channel library, or maybe have a new framework that they want to try, they want to write a feature in a completely different language, or they just want to bump this library to the next major version. The answer that I sometimes see from platform team is something like this, like you shall not pass. I sometimes feel that platform teams, like they're really opinionated, and that's actually really great. But at the same time, it can be that they act like as a gatekeeper. If that is the case, you might building like a culture that doesn't support initiative coming from outside, and that's like not healthy for organization. So my motto in this extent is be a shepherd, not a gatekeeper. So it's also responsibility of those platform teams to understand what are the needs coming from outside, and maybe guide other engineers within your organization to create a proof of concept, a RFC, or just like invite others to come up with new initiatives and new ideas to make your company grow. So that was all on the cultural point. I hope you understood how important it is to have a strong culture. But now it's time to move over a bit on the development front. So actually writing the code. And we will see that some of the aspects of the development are strictly connected to having a strong culture. So for the development specifically, I identified 5 steps that are fundamental. And for each of those steps, I will mention tools that I found useful, and also connection with the culture that you need to build in your organization to make those steps successful. So the first step is actually writing the code. So your engineers needs to write the code to be able to ship a new feature. I like to think at the code as a form of ownership. Specifically, like once your organization grows, you will end up having a lot of code, and this needs to be shared, but at the same time owned by certain teams. So it's up to your org to make sure that you have a system to attribute code to certain teams, and make sure that they understand that they own a certain part of the code base. Then the natural follow-up question is, how do you share your code? What happens if you have multiple sections of code that needs to be used by different teams? How do you share it? Do you want to organize your repository as a monorepo or as a polyrepo? So do you want to have more, like a lot of separate repositories, or just one big repository where all the code lives there? How do you tackle multi-platform development? Like the talk before was about Flutter, but maybe you want to use something different. Maybe you want to use React Native, or you want to use Kotlin multi-platform. Which one do you pick? Those are all questions that needs to be answered by those platform teams, and generally like engineers in your company. They will have a huge impact on how you write code and how you share it. And also my suggestion on this front is also to pay attention to the performance monitoring. So when you're in a platform team, you should treat your developers as if they are your customer. Like you really need to understand if they're having problem building your app, if they're slow, why. And if you're using tools like on Android, Gradle Enterprise, they are actually pretty strong, and they can provide you a lot of insights on what your developers are actually experiencing. The next step is the merge. So once the code is written, it actually needs to reach the main branch. And I like to think of the merge as a form of collaboration. So that's the point, like when multiple code reaches the same destination. And one of the most important process over here is to make sure that you have a proper code review process. Specifically, developers should be allowed to ask for others constructive feedback. And you need to make sure that like you kick out any toxic behavior or toxic environment that might destroy this whole code review process. Think about a continuous integration solution. You definitely need to have something like that to make sure that the quality of your application is always high. And also in mobile, you might end up having the need to analyze your final artifact using tools like APK size analyzers or other analyzers on a final artifact can help you to catch problems early on. So the suggestion here is, if you have requirements like on the APK size, try to make sure that those checks happens early on before actually the code is merged. Don't wait too late. Don't wait till you actually create a new release to run those checks, because that might be really hard to understand which changes actually introduced this new impact. Also on mobile, sometimes it's really crucial to ship localized applications. Again, this is really similar to what I mentioned before. Make sure that you have a proper localization setup and that you run those checks just before the merge, so that once the code hits master or it's the main branch, all the feature is properly localized. You don't want to have half localized feature in your code base. The next step is the analyze step. This is actually one of my favorite steps because I really like static analyzer and linters, and I like to think at linters as a form of education. So this is like where you have the opportunity to like educate your developers to follow specific patterns and prevent the usage of certain anti-patterns. There are a lot of tools to support you with that. Specifically on Android, tools like Error Prone or for Kotlin, Detect is actually really great on this front, can help you support with this. Also, here, it might be really helpful to run checks to investigate the health of your code base. For example, as I said, custom rules can help you enforce specific patterns that are only typical of your product or your code base. And you can write custom checks to identify complexity of your code base. So maybe there are areas of your code base that you want to rebase because they're more legacy than others, or they use older libraries. Think about tools like this to support you with that. And also with mobile, we depend a lot on third-party dependencies. So it's fundamental that you have the tooling to identify and scan the code that you don't actually write, but you fetch from outside, because it might just contain vulnerabilities. And there are tools like the dependency check Gradle from OWASP that can help you catch early on if you're pulling in a vulnerable dependency. The next step is the test. I like to think as tests as a form of trust. So I want to go to bed and make sure that my app is tested and nothing goes on fire. On mobile specifically, you also need to write UI test. Not many, but sometimes there are critical parts of your app that you want to test and make sure that everything works correctly. Specifically with UI test, you might end up, this is like basically unavoidable to face what is called a flaky test. So tests that sometimes are succeeding, but they randomly fail. It's crucial that you find a way to identify them, and you also have like a mechanism to rerun them, maybe with a defined threshold that would allow you to prevent flaky tests, but at the same time give developers confidence. And the last step is the measure. So getting analytics, getting insights on what your users are doing and how your features are behaving. And I like to think of analytics as a form of awareness. So once your app is in the market, you need to understand what your users are actually doing with that. That's why you need things like behavior analytics. So like Google Analytics or Flurry, they can help you spot patterns that are typical to your users, but also timing analytics, like how fast is the app to open, or are the network requests that are too slow? Which network request between all the requests done by the app is the slowest? There is where you can find low-hanging fruits that you can actually improve to generally improve the performance of your application. So the last step, so we talked about the culture, we talked about the development, and now it's time for the product. So it's actually time to hit the store and release a new version of our app. And the end goal is basically helping our users and delivering value to them. So how do we do? I have two areas that I want to briefly touch here. The first one, I really encourage the usage of release trains on mobile. So what are release trains? Release trains means that basically you have one version of your app. This one is in production and is version 140. And you just don't wait for a feature to be ready. You just release every other week, like every week or every other week. So you release regularly. You don't wait for a feature to be ready. You just hit the market with a regular cadence. These allow you to have multiple lines. For example, when 142 is on prod, you might have 142 in beta the week before. So when 141 was in prod, 142 was in beta. And similarly, when 140 was in prod, 142 was in alpha, and 141 was in beta. This mechanism allows you to spot problems like bugs early on in your process, and also makes those releases smaller. And when a release is smaller, it's easier to release it. So it's generally easier to handle. There are less commits inside to ship. It's easier to revert if something goes wrong. So the suggestion is release on a regular basis, either every week or every other week or monthly, as you wish, but make sure that this is regular and make sure that you have the infrastructure to support this. Another suggestion that I have on this front is version numbers are free, like use them. Specifically, don't try to keep emotion out of the room, and just, keep them regular. And also on this front, you are not having a public API. Like, you are not releasing a library when you're hitting the Play Store. So just use version numbers that are useful for you. For example, those numbers can be the number of the week, or you can use like a timestamp of when the build was actually created. So you don't need to use strict semantic versioning, because here we'll create more problem than actually benefit. So make sure that you use a version number that is actually useful for you. And the last step is I want to talk to you a little bit about the release lifecycle. So how to actually make sure that your release hits the market in a proper way. So the first step is the distribute. So you need to have a way or a channel to reach your users that might either be your consumer user, so the user that downloads your app on the Play Store or on another store, or might be your internal users. So you might have like a alpha test group, a beta test group, an internal track. An internal track, and make sure that like you have a way to reach them. So for example, tools like Bitrise can help you because they support you like internal track distributions. Google Play has a lot of tracks, like the internal track, the alpha, the beta tracks, or also tools like Firebase app distributions. That's actually great if you're using also iOS, because these allow you to release both Android and iOS apps. So once you actually manage to reach your users, it's time to configure. So you need necessarily to have a way to remotely control your app. That's the basic in the mobile world. Because in the mobile world, when something goes wrong, you need to create a new release if you don't have a way to remotely configure. So it's crucial that you have some sort of mechanism to remotely control your app. And there are a lot of already built solutions like Firebase Remote Config, Mixpanel, or Rollout.io. They're great tools. You can build your own if you want, but like if you really need something that works out of the box, those are amazing. Then it's up to you to actually observe and detect if your application is going wild and if things are on fire. Specifically, tools like Firebase Crashlytics, Instabug, or Bugsnag can help you find spikes of crashes to understand if your app is just going wild. So make sure you do those. Sometimes detect might just mean using different kind of metrics, like logging. You might want to use a tool like Splunk to understand if your application is, not displaying a certain screen. That's not a crash, but it's something that is healthy and critical for your application. And then when things are on fire, you need to respond. You need to wake up people that are sleeping maybe and let them know that your app is on fire. So you need tools like PagerDuty or VictorOps that allows you to set up like an on-call rotation. Or if you don't want something so complicated, maybe also Slack. It's fine to make sure that you have a system that pings people if one of your metric is just wrong. And then the last tool that I want to mention here in the respond, and this is strongly connected to the cultural part of mobile DevOps, is a postmortem. It's fundamental that you spend the time to actually document what happened. Your app was crashing at startup. Why? Why this reached the store? How was this even possible? And here, the cultural part is crucial. Like, this should be a blameless approach. Like, you should be adamant and explain what happened, but at the same time, you should not blame people. Maybe it was just like an intern or a junior engineer that forgot one line in the config file. That can happen, But then it's time to learn why this happened, and it's time to adapt our infra to make sure that these things won't happen again. So now it's time to recap. As I said, all starts from the culture, and from the culture you can build on top of that to actually develop the code and ship a product. But as we saw today, it's not just a one-way direction, because the development with tools like code reviews, linters, or tests, and the product with tools like release trains and postmortems are fundamental to reinforce your mobile DevOps culture. So it's a two-way thing. You need to start from the culture. You build something, you ship to your users, and with those, you get lessons learned that reinforce your culture. That's all for me for today. I'm really happy to answer questions if there are any. And you can find me on Twitter as Cortinico, and I'm more than happy to answer there if you have any private questions. Now let me stop the presentation.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful, and I'm sure our attendees felt that as well. We do have some questions if you want to take a few minutes to answer. One question is, when you say Android platform team, what scope goes into that? Is it only CI/CD or more?
Yeah, I can answer on this. So there is no clear answer to this question. It depends. It depends on every org. Generally, the platform team is responsible of taking care of all the infrastructure. So definitely the CI, the testing infra. So making sure that there are emulators or tools that are able to run the tests that are needed. Sometimes the platform team is also responsible of deciding libraries, deciding the app architecture, like if you use MVP, MVVM, MVI, or also having a relationship with vendors. For example, if you have like an external Q&A team, sometimes they're responsible of this process. Sometimes they're also responsible of crafting a new release. So kicking off the process, making sure the APK hits the Play Store. It depends on the size and also on the workforces.
Sure. Another question is, when you have release trains, but different platforms like Android and iOS and web, how do you manage features coming out at different times if they're ready at different times?
Yeah, so my suggestion is to keep the release trains platform specific. So they should be like your Android features should be completely, your Android word should be completely separated from the iOS word. Okay. That's as a rule of thumb. But obviously, again, it depends case by case. Maybe you're shipping, your code base is fully based on Flutter. So you actually want to ship and hit the market at the same time on Android and on iOS. So that probably makes sense to align the release trains. To follow up exactly on this question that I got asked, I want to mention that if your release trains are unaligned, so like you release first on Android and then on iOS, you can still have like a remote config flag or a way to remotely enable them when you are actually ready to release those. So it's not that when you release the app, you actually release the feature. You can still control remotely when you make it available.
Okay. We have one more question. What is your experience with monorepo? Are you using it somewhere?
Yeah, so my experience with monorepo is, so first I want to mention that there is a great article on this front written by Gradle. It was like 1 or 2 months old. So I really invite you to take a look if you're interested. And it's all about Gradle versus Bazel. I think it's more like, I think generally monorepo are a great idea, but they require a lot of effort. So if you're starting a new project and you already know that you're going to share a lot of code between different platforms, that's probably worth to consider. But if you already have a big code base and you don't have the resources to allocate to develop proper monorepo infrastructure and support, that might be costly. So yeah, that's basically my take on that.
Okay. Well, we are out of time. Thank you so much. This was great. Have a good
Thank you very
day.
much for having me. Now, Carlos is next. So greetings.
Carlos is next, yes. Can we get Carlos on? Hi. Welcome back, Carlos. It's good to see you. Everyone, this is Carlos Mota, and he is going to talk to us today about Kotlin multi-platform. We've already had a Flutter talk, but we wanted to give Kotlin a chance to shine as well, and another way to ship to multiple platforms from one code base. So I'm looking forward to this. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to try to convince everyone that doing it with Kotlin multi-platform is the best solution. But of course, there are plenty of solutions out there, and in the end, they depend on your project. Let me start, since this is a triathlon that we're going to speak about, let's start by stretching out a bit. I know that we have a couple of talks, really good talks today, so let's stretch a bit. We're still comfy on our chairs. And let me start by thank you everyone that's on the other side of the screen. Thank you for taking the time. I know that we're living such difficult times, so thank you for being here and for attending to my talk. I also want to thank the organization, to the DevFest Norway. It's not easy to create a two-day event, especially online. So a big round of applause to everyone. So this is always strange to clap on an empty room, but you got the point. So I'm the Android Dev Lead at Tweet Software. I'm from Portugal. You can find me on Twitter at @CFonsMota. I usually tweet about Kotlin, about Android, and that occasional picture nowadays from almost from my room. I'm the founder of GDG Coimbra and co-founder of Kotlinites, and I've been writing at League and the Portuguese tech blog called Opinions Online. I have the long dream of having my own podcast, so if anyone is out there that also wants to organize a podcast, please talk with me at the end. And I love travel, photography, and running. I've created some materials for this talk. You can find, or you'll find this on my speaker deck. The slides I will tweet them after the talk. And I've created also a code lab and a project for you to get that first glimpse at multi-platform, and hopefully to convince you that Kotlin multi-platform is something that it's worth having an eye on. About developing for multi-platform, you're going to need the Android Studio or the Xcode now, or IntelliJ. On Android Studio now you have a really good plugin called the KMM, the Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile. You can install it and use it. You're also going to need Xcode build tools, but you can compile it for iOS from the Android Studio. But let's talk a bit about cross-platform and native development. I think this image really sums up everything. When you are doing things natively, you can create this amazing castle, this amazing building, but we have a rough path until we achieve there, because we have to maintain the Android app, we have to maintain the iOS app, but in the end, after all of this maze, we reach and we can create beautiful and amazing applications. And we have the side of cross-platform solutions, where we can easily create an application that works on both platforms, but if you look them at the end, we can't have the same feeling that native provides us. And this has been a challenge for quite some time. We started with PhoneGap almost before we had the official Play stores. And since 2006, we've been seeing several frameworks that have been launched. We've seen Xamarin, RubyMotion, Ionic, NativeScript, Kotlin multi-platform, and here I'm going to say codes because it's not a really cross-platform solution, and you will see why. And finally, one that we've been talking here today, Flutter. Some advantages of cross-platform solutions. So basically, you need a smaller team. You don't need to have an Android and iOS team, at least a big Android and iOS team. Perhaps you might have 1 or 2 developers from one of these teams. The learning curve from web developers, and if your company already has web developers, it's fairly easy to go from web to these cross-platform solutions or for hybrid solutions. Typically, since you need a smaller team, you don't have the same cost as having 2 teams. So you can cut costs on half. You can also cut the development time on half, and this is something the management, of course, you will love it. It also means that it takes less time to build, to test, and to fix issues, unless you see an issue that is platform specific, framework specific, and it will probably take quite some time to fix. Of course, I need to enumerate always the disadvantages. For me, there are 2 main disadvantages. One of them, it happened to me a couple years ago. I was using Xamarin, and I've developed an application that was running on Android and iOS. And the iOS had a huge redesign. So basically all the components, all the native components started to be white instead of transparent, and my application running on the new iOS, it still felt like the old application because I had the old UI. This happens because when you build with one of these frameworks, basically you're creating widgets, and basically you need to wait for the framework to implement these new widgets, these new layouts. You then will need to recompile the app, to submit the app, and the users to update the app. And this took roughly, and this was some years ago, it took 3 to 4 months for the users to update their application. And basically, if I look at the statistics, the app installs were just going down because people would go for another application, a native application that had the same feel that all the apps on the device. It's also worth to mention that if we're talking about iOS, this means that roughly 80% of people, 80, update their applications on update their devices on the next 2 days. So it's not like Android that it takes a while. So after 2 days, people were expecting to see a new application, and they were still seeing the old one. Although this is always arguable, but performance is not the same. Sometimes you need to write native code. Dart, in this case for Flutter, it's gaining a lot of attraction, but it's not as widely used as, for instance, Kotlin. And you're committing your entire project to one framework, to one language. It might make sense if you're doing a project that will take 1 year or 2 years, but if you're doing a project for 10 years, are you sure that framework will still exist and will still have support in 10 years? What will happen after 10 years? You'll need to rewrite parts of your application. Are you going to use different language there? You have a lot of questions that you're unable to answer, and you have a big risk when selecting from one of these frameworks. Of course, in the end, this depends on your project and on the costs and on the time and on the team that you have available to develop. But these disadvantages are important for you to know. So what about Kotlin multi-platform? I've said in codes that Kotlin multi-platform is not right a cross-platform solution, because the goal of Kotlin multi-platform is a bit different. The goal of Kotlin multi-platform is that you should share all the business logic. It's not intended to share everything. You share only the business logic. The business logic is the thing that you do over and over and over again on different platforms, and it's almost the same. You just change libraries. On Android use Retrofit, on iOS use Alarmfire, for instance. Another advantage of multi-platform is that you can decide what you want to share. When I started multi-platform 2 years ago, I started by sharing tests, unit tests between both platforms. I then go out to the network model, and then go to the parser, and then the database, and so on. I made incremental tests to check if everything was working as I was intended and I was expecting. So let's look at this disadvantage. If you go to multi-platform, well, you're not chained to the framework implementation of UI because you're going to do it natively. So this does not apply. Once again, UI is developed native. Well, although I know that this is always arguable, people, depending on the framework that they are using, they always say that the performance is not an issue, but in this case, it's not. You can have a higher compilation time, but the UI is native, so performance will be roughly the same. So you need to develop the UI natively. You have direct access to everything because you're using the platform itself, and Kotlin is one of the most known languages nowadays. With Kotlin multi-platform, you can take advantage of the Kotlin language, of course. It's Kotlin. You can have concise and safe language. You can have access to type inference, string interpolation, default values to everything. It has low risk. You can decide what you want to share. You can just share a small thing. You can just share a logger, for instance, or you can share your entire business logic. And with this, you have consistency across platform. So we're going to share all of this business logic. This can also mean that if for some reason you had a bug, you're going to have the same bug on all platforms. But if you look at the right side, when you fix that bug, you're going to fix it on all platforms. So let's see the cup as half full. There's also really strong investment from JetBrains, and the community is really adopting multi-platform. If you go to the Kotlin Lang Slack, they have amazing people always answering. They're really trying to push it forward. A question that I often hear is that if we have applications on production, this slide was from last year Kotlin Conf. Nowadays, Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile is on alpha, so it's not experimental like it was before. We have JetBrains Space, that it's full Kotlin multi-platform. We have Cache App that shares the business logic of their applications. Yandex Maps that shares the wrappers for C++ libraries. PanGrid shares different things. Panboard other parts of their app. So each one of these apps decide what they want to share. As you can see, it's up to you to decide what you're going to share. So we've seen that Kotlin is an amazing language. It's being pushed by Google. It's more than just for Android. You can have it on all platforms. And another important thing here, it's easy for you to go from JavaScript to Swift and Kotlin and back, and you can easily switch from one language to the other. Let's see a really simple example. If you want to go from Kotlin to Swift, on Kotlin, immutable variable, you call it var. Immutable one, you call it value. So if you go to Swift, it's the same thing, but instead of val, you call it let. If we go to functions, for instance, on Kotlin, we call it fun because we have fun. On Swift, they call it func. There is a bit difference also on string interpolation. We use the $sign. They use the slash with parentheses. There are some difference between both languages, but if you have a syntax on another screen, you can easily detect what's different from one language to the other, and you can easily adapt. So what's multi-platform? Well, is when you're using Kotlin in more than one platform. So let's imagine that you want to develop an application for Android. Typically, and this is a general application, you start by developing the presentation, the model, the parser, the network layer, and then you're going to implement a view. And if we want to develop for each one of these platforms, we're going to do the same exact thing for iOS, web, and desktop. So basically, this business logic will always be the same, but the view itself will be different. It's different from using your Android, you're using your iPhone, or using your computer or the web. The view part is always different. So what we want to do is just share everything, all the business logic, that it's common, and the logic will be the same, and implement the views itself natively. So I bet you're all like this, right? So how can you start developing for Kotlin multi-platform? It's easy. From Android Studio, you need to install this Kotlin multi-platform mobile plugin. You go to the preferences, you search for plugin, you go to marketplace, and then you search for Kotlin multi-platform mobile. We install it, restart the Android Studio, and there you have it. But there is a big question here. I'm saying that you can develop for each one of these platforms, but are things specific to each one of these platforms? Things simple as a logger, for instance. On Android, we use log.d. On iOS, we use, for instance, print. On the web, we use console. So we're using different things to achieve the same thing. We use different libraries to achieve the same thing. We use platform-specific libraries for this. So how can we expect to communicate? And we don't want to have something like, if Android do this, else if iOS do that, else if web do other thing. We want, when we ship an application, we just want to have the Android code there. We don't want to have the iOS or the web, etc. So basically, the way to achieve this is to use the keyword expect. On your platform code, on your shared model, you use the keyword expect. And then on the platform models, you use the keyword actual to say what that expect, that class, that parameter actually means, that field actually means. But let's see an example with this. Before, let's start by seeing how everything is built together. So basically, imagine this is your tree, your project structure. We're going to target Android, iOS, and the web. So we have 3 different applications here. Each one of them will have the code, the native code that represents the Android app. We're going to have your activities, fragments, etc. The iOS app with the Swift code, and the web with the HTML. And we're also going to have the shared model, where your application will share the code between all of these applications, all of these platforms. So if we open the Android app folder, we're going to see the activities. And if you now go to the shared model, we're going to see common main and common test. Here, it's where you're going to set the expect when you expect something, and it's going to be all your shared code. So if you want to make a network access and then store this valid data on database, we're going to implement this on common main. But you might have code that is specific for Android. For instance, let's imagine the logger. You're going to use the log.d, so you need to define what the logger actually means. So you're going to define that platform-specific code inside this Android main. And if you're targeting iOS, you're going to define it inside iOS main. And if you're targeting the web, you're going to define it inside GS main. But let's see an example. Imagine that we want a platform-specific value for the device name. If I'm compiling my application and I'm using an Android, I want to see something like hello Android. If I'm running on iOS, I want to see hello iOS. If I'm using the web, hello web. Let's imagine this. How can we achieve this? So this is a sample project that I've created. So I went to the common main folder on the left, and I created a file named platform device. Typically, if you're going to use the keyword expect, you should call that file platform. It's easy to spot where is the platform specific code. So I'm saying that I expect someone to define what device name really means. I know that it's going to be a string, and I hope someone will going to define it. So if you go to the common main, we're going to use the Android. We're going to use the SDK to get the device model and device manufacturer, and we're going to say that device name, it's model/manufacturer. And this code is inside the shared model inside the Android main. Now, if you go to the iOS, we're going to do the same thing, but in this case, we're going to use the UI kit. Once again, the platform itself. We navigate to the iOS main and define what actual device name really means. Now imagine that we want to go to the web. All of this is defined on the file that most of you already know. It's called the build.gradle.kts or the build.gradle file. And it's fairly similar to what we already do on Android. So in this case, I'm targeting Android and iOS. And when you create an empty project on Android Studio, it already fills with something like this. In this case, I'm defining that I only want to compile for iOS. If I'm using the simulator, it's going to compile the x64. If I'm going to compile for the device itself, it's going to compile the ARM. I'm then going to define the depends. This is what libraries I'm going to use. And this is already outside of the box created for you. If you want to compile now for the web, you just need to add that GS and call the browser and define what GS main is. And in this case, we're going to use Ktor to make the network request. So we're going to implement the Ktor client for the web. Now, if we go back to the platform device where we define they expect, we're going to see that there is an error. We expect someone to define what the actual device name really is for the web. So if you press Alt-Enter, basically it will create a new file, and you can say what you want to show when you're running your application on the web. As you see here, I have now a new folder that's called GS main that contains that platform device with actual. A brief example, if you define the expect, these are the Kitty files, you then convert it to the JVM, it will generate OrKitty or AR, depends on the platform that you're using. For native, typically it will generate a framework that you can use on your iOS project. For the web, it's going to generate OrKitty or GS, or you can use NPM. There are a couple of projects already with native, React Native. It's working really, really good. So it depends on the platform, the framework that you want to use. So let's see a simple example. I've created a really simple application. It's just going to fetch the conferences. the next conferences that are available. So we can see here DevFest Norway, and I've implemented for the Android. And then I've done the exact same thing for the iOS, just sharing the same business logic. And then I also do the same thing for the web, but I'm no web developer, so I decided to make something really, really simple. So if you want to improve this UI, feel free to send me a PR that I will happily accept you. So basically, how this works, it has a user interface, recycler view on Android, UI table controller on iOS. I have just a plain HTML file for the web. You make multiple network requests, parse this response, store it local, and use system preferences to store the data for an instance if you want to see just online conference or just every conference. If you put Android and iOS by side, typically we do this with Room, Core Data, Retrofit, Alarmfire, different libraries, and the only thing that really needs to be different is the UI part. On Android, we have activity. On iOS, we have the UI view controller, Android recycler view, and iOS, the UI table view. So we just want to merge everything, and we're going to use special libraries for this that are already available on Kotlin multi-platform, and they are ready for Kotlin 1.4. So you can always use the latest version here. We're going to use SQLite for database, Ktor for network accesses, serialization to read that responses. We're going to use MVP, Kotlin execute routines, and Kotlin tests. The example is really simple. This is high-level architecture of how everything is defined. I needed to define the setting, the SQL driver, and dispatcher on the platform layer. I've also defined the logger. It's everything defined. And in the end, you can have the same result, and you only need to implement what's native. I've created a code lab for it to be easier to follow this. This is a brief workshop that I've created. You have all the steps to develop a multi-platform application. You can find that on my GitHub. And you've got all the steps here, all the different parts, even how to migrate your existing code to multi-platform. I think that it's important to mention is that multi-platform projects are still on alpha. You're going to see this message a lot when you compile. You can also disable it, but you're going to see it. So take it at your own risk. Look out for plugins and libraries updates. It's really important to look out for them because sometimes you make a small update and you might break something. So once again, when this happens, the best place for you to go is to go to the Kotlin Lang Slack. They're always answering that, and probably someone already had that problem. Start small. Don't try to move everything to multi-platform from one day to the other. Start by doing unit tests, network layers, etc. You can spend some time resolving compilation issues. Once again, it's still on alpha, and when you try to target a lot of platforms, and when you have, for instance, iOS in the middle, it might be a bit tricky sometimes. Of course, another big question here is how you convince the other teams to adopt multi-platform. It's almost easy to convince the iOS team if you start by telling them, okay, you don't need to deal with core data. Most of them, and I think this example was from the people from TouchLab that say this, and I tried it and it worked a lot. It worked really, really well. I saying, okay, we're just going to use multi-platform for the database, don't worry about it. And I could see the relief on their faces. There is a really strong community. If you have any question, ask there. You can ask me also on my Twitter. Feel free to ask me anything there, or on the Kotlin Lang Slack. It's 2 times faster because you can do things only once. So it's also faster to write unit tests and to ship new applications. And it's one tech stack. You've got consistency across all platforms. I've added some links here. I'm going to share them at the end of this talk. These are really good examples for how to start diving in Kotlin multi-platform, and of course the Kotlin Slack and Kotlin official. And you can find my slides and all the information that I've mentioned here on my GitHub, on my speaker deck. And of course, feel free to ask me anything now. I think we still have a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Carlos. That was very informative. We will take questions now because we have about 5 minutes before the next speaker. So if anyone has questions, now is the time to ask. We are monitoring both the YouTube and the GDG internal platform. Okay, so I have a question, if no one else is going to ask a question. I tried messing with Kotlin multi-platform like early 2019, and I got to say it was not very fun then. Would you say that at least the developer environment has improved significantly since then?
Yes, a lot. When I started 2 years ago on multi-platform, and I remember that after one really long week, I decided to stop because it wasn't ready back then. It was, I'm going to use the word painful, because I wasn't able to have everything. I just wanted to compile a simple thing, and it was really, really difficult.
Okay.
After, yes.
Glad to hear that.
Now it's really good. At the time, I think 1 month after, I wrote a blog post just saying all the steps, and there were a huge number of steps. Next year, the steps were were smaller, but you also needed to do a lot of things. You needed to start a Gradle wrapper because it wasn't, I don't know why, on the templates that they created. But nowadays, after this KMM plugin was launched, it's really, really simple. You just need to create a new project. You need to update the build Gradle that is bundled with the template, and you can have the Hello World, the most simple example, working in no time.
And you can do everything from Android Studio. You don't need Xcode, or do you need Xcode somehow?
You can do a lot of things from Android Studio. I still use Xcode. I tried to do only on Android Studio, but sometimes there are still some issues. We're still on alpha. Although the roadmap for Kotlin multi-platform, it's really good. I think until March, it was published a couple of weeks ago, and they're planning to do a lot of things, especially for the iOS part. But sometimes you lose the syntax highlights. You don't have autocomplete. Sometimes, and you need that to easier to program. So basically, I have Android Studio. I do everything there. The shared code. I compile for iOS, and most of the times I just go to the X. I do it on Android Studio, and then I go to the Xcode to do the iOS part.
Okay. But you wouldn't do the Kotlin in Xcode. You would just do the iOS part.
I know. Yes, I only the Kotlin part. Everything is done on Android Studio. And when I need to create the views and assign them to something on my shared model, I go to the Xcode to do that.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Do we have any other questions? No one? Come on, guys, girls.
I convinced everyone.
I'll get some of my caffeine here. Let's see. Have you tried Flutter? I want to know what you think, how it compares.
Well, I tried. I also tried to make something that I shouldn't have tried. That was to have Flutter code that was interacting with multi-platform code. I think there are different approaches. Yeah, it wasn't the best idea. I just wanted to see if it would work. It works.
Yeah.
It's once again, it's a bit tricky to have everything working together. But after you create a simple project, you can go from there.
Sure.
I think there are different approaches. From my point of view, I really like to do things natively, but I understand that there are projects that you're more constrained on budgets, and Flutter, for all instance, it's more stable. I think it's 1 dot something, while on multi-platform,
now it's quite stable now, at least. But
yes, and multi-platform is still in alpha, so.
But it sounds like it's worth checking out again, at least.
Yes, it is, and now it's easy to create a project and start from there, and well, give it a try. It's my best advice.
Okay, well, it's now time, so I just want to say thank you again. It was really great to have you, and
thank you for having me.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, this is Ashta Prasad, and she is going to be talking to us about Flutter gems. We just had a Kotlin multi-platform talk, but we're going to go back to Flutter, and she's going to tell us how you can navigate the Flutter ecosystem which is large and a little intimidating sometimes, but she has some really great tips for how to find what you need. So take it away.
So, hi everyone, I'm Ashita, and today I'll be going to talk about how one can navigate the Flutter ecosystem from a developer's perspective. So, before we delve into today's talk, I would like to give you a brief introduction about myself. I am Ashita, a consultant by profession and a product person at heart, and I'm also the creator of Flutter Gems. So, what is Flutter? It is basically Google's cross-platform UI toolkit. With a single source code base, you can ship your apps across desktop, mobile, and web, which leads to faster cross-platform development. Flutter has a huge library of widgets, which helps us make expressive and beautiful UIs. And unlike other cross-platform UI toolkits, Flutter code is directly compiled into native code, which gives us native performance. And last but not the least, it is based on an easy to learn Dart programming language, which is again developed by Google. Now let's undertake a developer's journey through a demo app called Street Artist, which helps users explore street art around their location. So, what is the first step for a developer? It is to gather the requirement. And we all know that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So, what does the developer do? He goes back to the drawing board and starts drawing a crude mock-up of the UI that he wants to make. Now, that can be done on pen and paper as shown here, or using a wireframe tool, like you can see on the screen. So if you see, there is a grid of cards with image and location on it. Once you click on the card, the image expands and you get a full screen view of the image. So thanks to material design specifications, we now have a formal language of expressing these UI elements like app bar, backdrop, or a navigation bar, or a floating action button. Now, Flutter has already deployed these material design specification into widgets, and you can directly use them in your apps like app bar, grid view, card, and image, etc. There are a lot more widgets in Flutter available. So using these Flutter images, we make the first iteration of the app. So as you can see, we have a card, image, and a location. Now, once you click on the image, so if you see the video, the moment you click on the image, you get a full screen view of the image. So, but if you closely observe this, you will find that the aspect ratio of the card image as well as the full screen image is not the same. There's a mismatch. Now, what this leads to is a poor visual experience. So what we can do is, a quick solution is to go and fit the images in the card. So if you see here, all the images are fitted in the card image. Now what this leads to is improper utilization of the space. We see a lot of empty space on the screen. Now again, this is hampering your visual experience. So a good solution will actually be to maintain the aspect ratio of the images in the card image. So if you can see here, the card image actually resembles the aspect ratio of the true image. So this leads to a closely pack of cards, as you can see in the image. Now the moment we come to this solution, we hit a roadblock. Now we cannot express this in some material design specification term, because there is no standard term to express this kind of a UI. So then begins what we call the hunt. How can a developer express this widget in words? So as we all know, Flutter has a large ecosystem of packages to add functionality to your apps beyond what comes outside the box. There are more than 12,000 plus Dart plus Flutter packages on PubDev. And maneuvering this vast landscape to find the right package for your requirement is often a daunting task. So as a developer, the first step to find the package for your requirement is to go on PubDev and use their text-based search. But more than often, you will not find the package you are looking for using the text-based search. The next obvious step is to post a picture of your requirement on various forums. Now, this again is a very time-taking task. And you might often not get the package you are looking for. So what if I tell you that there is actually a visual discovery platform that will aid you in your hunt? Because as we all know that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So this is where Flutter Gems comes to our rescue. Flutter Gems is a Flutter package landscape guide which comprises 1,500 plus neatly categorized packages based on functionality. You can head to fluttergems.dev to explore the platform. So this is the Flutter Gems website. So as you see, we were looking for a closely packed cards arranged in a grid. So let's explore the grid option here. So if we go inside grid, we see a Flutter staggered grid view named package that closely resembles our requirement, and it might actually be the one package that we are looking for. So if you go via PubDev, coming to this solution might take a lot of time, and often because of the way the names of different packages are, you might not even arrive to the required package. But with Flutter Gems, you can easily find the package that you need. So let's come to another scenario. As your UI progresses, so does your requirements. For example, you might want to add a geolocation picker, an icon switch, a clustered map view as shown on the screen, then an animated floating action button menu, or say when you click an image, you might want to have a social media action button. So how can you do this using Flutter Gems? So let's quickly look at it. So you can use the location place address picker, and you can get the Google Map location picker for your geolocation. You can see that the Fluster app is the one that we are looking for our clustered map view. You can use animated floating action buttons. And for the social media reaction button, you can use Flutter reaction button. So if you see, using Flutter Gems, you could easily find out the package that you need for these complicated UI requirements. But let's discuss a scenario where you couldn't find a package that you wanted using either PubDev or Flutter Gems. How do you go about in that scenario? So it is important to understand that in that case, you will try to find a package that most closely resembles your requirement. And it is important to understand that you need to contribute to a package before you fork. Because the moment you fork a package, the entire responsibility of maintaining the fork project comes onto you. In case you cannot even find a package that most closely resembles your requirement, you might have to go back and write a package from scratch. So while releasing a package, the things that you must keep in mind is documentation. Ensure that you have a good README, and ensure that you have micro examples instead of monolith ones, so that people can see all the features that you provide very easily. And it is not just important to release the package, it is also very important to maintain it. So you need to set up automated testing using CI/CD tools, which are free for open source projects like Travis CI, etc. It is important to set a frequency for major releases, which is usually quarterly in case of bulky projects. And you have to update your changelog.md with each new release to list notable changes. it is important to set up guidelines for repository contributors by adding a contributing.md file. This will ensure that the community can also participate in shaping the future of your package. And it is also important to respond to all the issues and pull requests so that you can engage the community. And as they always say, you must always become a benevolent dictator for life and let the community shape the future of the package. So if you have built a great package or you are using one, go ahead and click on that contribute button on Flutter Gems and let the world know about the package. So thank you. If there are any questions and answers, if there are any questions, I would like to answer them.
Thank you. That was really great. As a Flutter developer myself, I am very excited to start using Flutter Gems. And in fact, I just saw in my company Flutter channel that they are watching this and are excited to start using it ourselves. So well done. I'm wondering if there are any questions from the audience. I can't see any, but maybe I have missed them. So someone ping me if there is. No questions. Okay, well, I have one. The presentation of the packages on Flutter Gems, is that something that you have like hand curated, or how do you choose which to put there and how?
So actually, I have curated them manually. So
Okay. Yeah.
basically, when I was actually building my app, so like even if you see a very simple case like a carousel, which a lot of apps have as their starting screen, so there are various terms for it on PubDev, and that's when I realized that if I can actually categorize them basis certain categories. Like currently on Flutter Gems, I have curated them based on the user journey. So that there is a category called user onboarding. There is a category called picker. So that say you have to pick date, time, or file, or various things like location. So basis the UI features, I have tried to actually design Flutter Gems so that so that if you know that if you're looking for a user onboarding feature, you know that this is the category I can go and I can look in.
Right. Oh, I think it's fantastic that it's hand curated, because you have felt the developer pain and know you solve the problem for yourself, and so it's probably a problem for all of us as well, and it really is. So I think we're definitely going to start using it. Is there anything else you would like to share? No? Okay. Let's see. Do you have a favorite Flutter package?
My favorite Flutter package is actually Fluster, the one that I showed
Okay.
in this street artist app. I really like the package actually.
Yeah. Great. Are you maintaining any packages yourself?
Not currently.
Okay. But maybe one day.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, since we don't have any questions, I'm just going to say thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you, and I'm looking forward to using Flutter Gems moving forward, for sure.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Hello. I'd like to introduce Sakina Abbas, who is also going to talk to us about Flutter, but she has a different topic for us. She's going to break down some famous apps and reconstruct them in Flutter widgets and give us some insight into Flutter UI. So I am looking forward to this, and let's see what you've got.
Okay, hello everyone. Hope you're having a good day. So today we'll be talking about how you can basically deconstruct famous application UIs into the simplest Flutter widgets. Now, before we get started, let me quickly introduce myself to you. So, hello, my name is Sakina Abbas. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reactory Private Limited. We are a software house and we specialize in the development of web and mobile applications. I initially started off as a native Android developer and then eventually transitioned to Flutter development. So currently I'm leading the DevOps and Flutter development at my company. I am also a core member of Flutter Karachi, Pakistan, and I recently joined the Women in Tech Speakers for Google Developer Space, Singapore. Now, have you ever wondered how famous applications are designed in terms of UI, such as maybe Twitter or Reddit? Or have you ever wished that you could maybe just easily clone their aesthetics and basically exactly capture their exact look and feel in terms of UI and UX, be it Spotify or Instagram? Then sit tight, hold your horses, because we'll be doing exactly that right now. We will be dissecting some of the most commonly used applications and most famous applications that I'm sure everyone has used a lot in their life. Now, because this is a beginner level talk, let's start easy with the Gmail inbox screen. Right away, you would notice a couple of things, such as this app bar at the top. Then we have the list view as the body. And then we have a floating action button at the bottom, okay? Now, good news is that a lot of these are already pre-packaged into Flutter, so you don't have to add code for them. You just have to basically call them as you would normally call a normal constructor, because you will be using those widgets by calling their constructors, right? So you don't have to worry about what's happening behind the scenes. You just have to worry about how you have to tweak these widgets to match your use case. And another thing that I would like to tell you before we get started is that every UI element in Flutter is a widget. So be it a text, be it an icon, be it a button, anything pertaining to UI is a widget in Flutter. Okay, now let's go through these step by step so that you can develop a basic understanding of how things are decomposed into Flutter. Now, in the app bar, you would see that we have a label called primary. It's a text, and then we have a search icon right at the end of the app bar, right? So the label would correspond to a text widget, and the icon would correspond to an icon button in Flutter, because when the user presses on that icon, he is routed to a search screen so that he can search for specific conversations or email addresses. So, looking into code, your app bar in Flutter would look exactly like this. We have the text widget corresponding to the title parameter of the app bar. It already comes with that, such as title, actions. Actions is for this trailing part, whatever actions, whatever widgets, whatever buttons, whatever text you want to add at the very end of the app bar. Actions is the parameter that you would be tweaking in that sense. So inside the actions widget, we have an icon button, which is taking a search icon. And then the implementation is that whenever this icon is pressed, just reroute the user to the search screen. Okay. And this leading part over here, you don't exactly have to worry about that, because if you've used the Gmail app, then you know that the Gmail app uses a navigation drawer. So even the navigation drawer itself is another widget. It's pretty easy to use, at least far easier to use than it is in native Android. But that's a separate widget, and we won't be looking into that. And that's actually where the leading icon even comes from. Now, the next thing is the floating action button. Again, it's basically 2 to 3 lines of code. You write floating action button, and inside it you call the icon widget as the child or as the icon properties, so that you can state that, okay, that we are nesting this specific icon inside this floating action button. Again, pretty simple. Moving to the very interesting part of this is the list of emails per se. Now, over here, we're using the list view.builder. what this does is that it does not render all of the elements all together as soon as they're fetched from the network. Instead, it renders element as they are scrolled into focus into screen. Okay, so that preserves that preserves the performance of your application, and it's basically very good. It's performant. Now, what does ListView.builder do? For every index that is scrolled into focus, it will render a specific widget that you have specified with the details that are pertaining to the data at that index, right? So here, if you might be wondering, okay, whatever you've highlighted, Sakina, this looks really complicated. Will we have to code a lot of different things in order to establish this look? And I would say not really, because Flutter comes prepackaged with a very handy and useful widget called the list tile. And it comes with a lot of attributes, a lot of parameters that you can tweak as per your liking. So let's quickly look into that and see how that's being achieved over here. So over here, you see that we first have the ListView.builder. Inside the ListView.builder, the item count is the emails.length. So that's where we're getting our index from. Then for rendering, we're using a list tile. If you were to see that inside this box, we first have a circle avatar to display the image. Then we have the sender's name. Then we have the sender date. Then we have, and now if you were to notice, the sender name and the sender date, they're both aligned inside the same line, okay? So you were to do that inside a row. A row is basically for aligning any UI element horizontally across the same line. Similarly, now you notice that there are a couple of things that are being displayed below the sender's details, right? Such as the name of the email and the first line of email, right? Now, for this vertical alignment, you were to use a column, okay? So just how we're using a row, whoops, so sorry about that. Now, similar to how we're using this row over here, again highlighted, otherwise skipping to the next screen. Inside the row, we have two text widgets. The first text widget is for the sender's name, and the second text widget is for the sender's date. Similarly, we're using a column as the subtitle so that it appears right below the sender's details. And inside the column, we have a text widget for the sender, for the email name, for the email title. And then following that, we are using row. Now, why are we using a row over here? Because every line of email has a star icon or a star button attached to it so that you can store that particular email. So this is why we're doing that. We would first have a text, would make sure that the text is only just, it occupies one line, not more than that. So we have restricted the max lines to 1. We have, and then we have also indicated that if an overflow occurs, meaning more if the text is larger than the space that we have restricted it to, then for the overflow, just use text overflow.ellipsis. And then finally, we have the icon button at the end of the row. Now, if you were to look at this, at the widget tree of this specific screen, you have the app bar with the text and the icon button. You have the ListView.builder, which is rendering a list style to render these homogeneous items. Each list style has a circle avatar as the leading property, meaning it's being displayed right at the beginning, on the left, on the start. And then for the remaining portion, we are using the row for the title property so that it's appearing right at the top. And the rest of the details are being referred to the subtitle property so that it's happening right below it. And then finally, we have the floating action button, which is using an icon. Now, all of this is being wrapped under the scaffold, because basically in the root widget of anything in Flutter is basically a scaffold. So this entire screen that you see is a scaffold, and this provides that, okay, you have an app bar, you can specify the body, you can specify the floating action button, you can specify the drawer, etc., etc. Now, let's quickly level up and look into how Twitter's home screen is designed. Right away, you notice that we have the app bar, we have the list view.builder, and we have the floating action button and the bottom navigation bar. But the interesting part is this item, this individual tweet item inside the list view.builder. Now, you were to ask me that, okay, you just told us about list style. Can we use this over here? And I would say yes, but you actually can't, because in Twitter, there are a variety of tweets, okay? So some tweets are just text only, some tweets are image and text, some are just images, some are multiple images. So a huge variety of tweets, okay? List style is only useful for when you want to display homogeneous items, such as we saw in the Gmail app. In Twitter, you would have to use your own custom widget. You can build that, you can do that using different basic Flutter widgets. And let's quickly see how we can do that. So in order to model this list style kind of look, you first have to use a row, because we need to align the image alongside the different contents of the tweet. So inside the row, we first have the first child as a circle avatar. And then for the remaining part, we have a column so that things are being stacked below each other, right? Now, inside the column, there are a couple of details that we need to take care of. The first line that you see, in the first line, we have a text widget for the name of the user itself, then a verified icon if the account is verified, then the Twitter handle, again, that's a text widget. The date or the time is also a text widget. And then we have a drop-down icon for different actions of the tweet. Since they're all aligned in one single horizontal line, you have to use a row. Now, some tweets will obviously show this icon, some tweets will not. You can programmatically check that using if the account is verified, show this icon. If it's not, show an empty container. In order to maintain that this icon button is positioned exactly at the end, you have to wrap all of these four widgets inside a separate row so that these four elements are grouped together separately, so that your icon button or your icon maintains its position at the very extreme, okay, and it just doesn't keep budging. The second step is that we have the tweet content itself. That is the second child of your column, so it appears below the first row of the user details. And then below that, the third child would be a container. Now, why we're using a container over here, it's up to you. If you notice over here, the images in Twitter are always curved around the edges. So in order to provide this custom border, custom radius, we have to use a container so that you can customize these different properties inside. And inside that, you can nest a column, because this image is appearing at the top and then this caption is appearing below it. You could either use a column, or if you don't want to display a caption, just enclose a normal image inside the container, and that would work just fine. How you can basically tweak this border radius inside the container, this is the container code. Here we have the padding that's strictly for the content. It will not affect your image, I promise. And for the decoration, we have this box decoration widget, inside which you can specify that my radius will be this. It will be of radius 5. It will be circular around these edges, etc., etc. And then you just specify that this container will be decorated with this image, which is a network image. You provide your URL to it, and it gets rendered from the internet. And for the last thing, you have this row of icons and buttons. Again, you can create your own widget for that, which would be a row itself, using the icon button as well as the text, and that will be grouped together inside a row, and then you were to use it again and again and again for however many statistics or however many UI elements that you want to show. We are almost done, I promise. This is the very last thing. And if you've noticed that some tweets have carry replies, right? So and those tweets, the ones that carry replies, they show this divider between them, right? How you can exhibit that? Just wrap your circle avatar inside a column. Okay, don't use it standalone. Just wrap it inside a column, and place these two lines of code above and below it. For the first part, you would check that is this tweet a reply to another tweet? If it is, just display a vertical divider above the circle avatar, like you can see over here. And for the second part, you have to check that does this tweet contain a reply from another tweet, right? If it does, then display a vertical divider below it. Again, vertical divider is another widget that Flutter comes with. So it's very easy to achieve all of this in Flutter. Now, lastly, the key takeaway is that if you want to clone absolutely any application in Flutter, first of all, keep staring at the app until it makes sense. Secondly, start drawing any boundaries around any UI elements that you can identify. Thirdly, categorize or identify each of the boundaries that you've drawn, whether are they a row, a text, an icon, a button, a carousel, whatever. Then fourthly, create a widget tree that's optional. You can either do it hand-drawn or using any of the online tools. If you don't want to do that and you want to get right into coding, you can just code right away. Now, if you have absolutely any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm very active on LinkedIn, and I will definitely reply to you over there.
Thank you, Sakina. That was really insightful. I think that copying the masters is something that developers could do more. At least when I take painting classes, we often do that, and I think that would be something to take into our craft as well. We are unfortunately out of time, and I just want to say thank you, and we're going to move on to our next speaker. Hello, this is Sam Bellin. He is going to be talking to us today about encryption with JavaScript. It's it sounds heavy, but I think he's going to break it down for us. So
I'm going to try to.
Yeah, take it away, Sam.
All right, let's share my screen. Okay, so today I'd actually want to talk about the Jose standard, but before I can talk about that, I actually have to go through some of the basics of cryptography. But don't worry if you don't know anything about cryptography. The most difficult part of cryptography is pronouncing the word cryptography. So if you feel that, if you see that I stutter on it with this word, it's just because I think it's a very difficult word. But let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Sam Bellin. I'm a developer advocate engineer at Auth0, and I'm also a Google developer expert. And you can find me on the internet as @SamBagel. If you want to know more about me, find some social links or links to slides. I am a web developer, so it only makes sense to me that you can npm install me. So if you do npx @SamBagel/about me, you can find all the necessary links on npm. A little disclaimer before I start this talk. I might simplify certain things to try to explain them in an easier way, just because some of these concepts can get quite heavy and quite complicated. So that's why I will sometimes simplify it. So after this talk, you should know the basics, but you will not be an expert in encryption and signing and so forth. I'm also going to go a little bit faster than usual because we only have half an hour. But if you want to follow along with the slides, you can find them at jose.sambagel.tech. You can find the link on the bottom right corner on every slide. Okay, so today I want to talk about hashing, signing, encryption, and lastly about the Jose standard. And if you don't have any clue what the Jose standard is, you might have heard about JSON Web Tokens, which are a part of the Jose standard. But there's a few other things in that standard that are interesting to know. So hashing, the first topic on the list. A hashing algorithm is a mathematical algorithm that maps a data of arbitrary size to a bit string of a fixed size. This means that no matter the length or the size of the input of a hashing function, the output will always have a fixed size. The initial data is often called the message. The outcome of that hashing function is called a hash. So if you hear me talk about a message or a hash, the input is a message, the hash is the output, or message digest is also another word for the output of a hashing function. Hashing is a one-way function, meaning that it's practically impossible to invert. So whatever you put in on the beginning and get out, you cannot revert this function. So you cannot get the original message from your message digest or from your hash. So here's an example of a hashing algorithm. And whatever you put into it, being a dog doggo, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, we will get a digest, a hash, and they all have the same size. No matter how long the input, the output is always going to be the same. And it's a one-way function. So the arrows go in one direction. You cannot reverse a hashing algorithm. A few of these algorithms that you might have heard of before are MD5, SHA, NTLM, Landman, and so forth. If you've been on the internet for quite a while, we used to use MD5 to hash passwords. But these days we use some other variants because there are some issues with MD5. That not being said, it's still a good algorithm, just not for passwords. These were just regular hashes, but there's also a thing called keyed hashes or keyed hashing. And keyed hashes lets you validate the integrity and the authenticity of the content of the hash. This means that in order to compute a keyed hash, you need a secret key. So if we take the example of we had before of our hashing algorithm, but we use a keyed hashing algorithm instead, again, our input, dog, doggo, the quick brown fox, etc. We run it through this hashing algorithm. But this keyed hashing algorithm requires a key, a secret. So we pass that along as well, and we get the output. Now, based on this secret, based on this key, the output will always be different. So if you don't know the secret or you use a different secret, your output will be the same, even if you use the same input. For example, in this example, secret is correct, you get the hash you expect. If you use a wrong secret, you get a different hash. So you can see that something went wrong, a wrong secret has been used with this keyed hashing algorithm. How this works internally, it's a bit complicated, but basically you take your secret key and derive an inner key and an outer key from that, and then you first use the inner key with the original message, create a hash, and then use that hash with the outer key and create another hash, and that's the output. Keyed hashing algorithms you might have heard of, HMAX, SHA-256, 384, 512, and so on. These are a few of the most commonly used keyed hashing algorithms you might have seen out there. And all of these letters, they do actually mean something. The HMAX stands for Keyed Hash Message Authentication Code. We're using the secured hashing algorithm, and we want to have a 256-bit key or hash. So if you know how to read these letters, they're not just gibberish. They actually tell you a little bit about what it does and which algorithm is being used. So hashes are often used to store passwords. If you want to store a password in a database, hopefully you're not doing that in plain text. You're going to use a hashing function and then store that hash in your database just because you cannot reverse it. So you're always going to check a hashed version of a password against the data in your database and not a plain text password. Next up, signing. Digital signatures offer all properties of keyed hashes, so everything a hash can do, plus cryptographic non-repudiation. And that's a very, very fancy term, but it basically means that it's cool to use. And what it actually means is cryptographic non-repudiation enables other parties than the assigner to check the signature's validity. This means that third parties can use a signature and they can validate it without knowing a lot of things except a public key. So like I said, the digital signatures use public key cryptography, also known as asymmetric cryptography, in which the signer creates the signature using a private key. So the person or the instance that creates the signature is going to use their private key, and they're going to keep that private key secure, obviously. And the verifier, anybody who wants to verify a signature, can check the validity of the signature with a public key. And a public key is something you can share with third parties. It's derived from your private key, but you can share it without any issue with third parties. A signing algorithm is usually a collection of 3 algorithms, actually. A key generator, something that generates a public and a private key pair, a signing algorithm, and a verifying algorithm, so you can verify these signatures if you want to. It works a bit like this. You have your input, you have your private key, which you pass along to the signing algorithm, and you get some output. Next up, if you want to validate, you're just going to use the verifying algorithm and take the signature, run it through that algorithm with the public key, and you're going to check if the output is your original message or if it's the same or not. That way you can validate a signature. But signatures are usually also hashed, so it gets a little bit more complicated. We first are going to hash the input, then run it through the signing algorithm with the private key, and we get a hashed output. And to verify, we're just going to take a hash of our initial message, then verify the signature. And if that hash that comes out of that verifying algorithm is the same as your hash of your initial message, then the hashes match, which means that your signature is valid. Some signing algorithms that are used, the most commonly used ones with public key cryptography are RSA, elliptic curve, and adverse curve octet key pairs. And RSA keys, you might have seen these floating around on the internet, RS and PS. And the good thing about them is they're very fast for verification, just because the mathematics involved is fairly simple. They're CPU friendly. They have a good support, especially if you want to use RS-256. But the downside is that they have longer keys, and you should use a minimum of 2056-bit to have a secure signature or secure key to your output, which means that the signatures are going to be longer. If you take elliptic curves, ES, for example, they're shorter keys if you want to have the same equivalent of RSA strength, which means they have shorter signatures, but they're harder to compute, so verification is a bit slower. And last up, Edwards curve, ED, and so forth. Keys, they offer the best signing performance, but they're relatively new, so there's not the best library support out there yet. But hopefully in the future, most languages will have a way of using Edwards curve octet keys, which means that we can do more performance signing. Next up, we had hashing, we had encryption, we had signing. Next up is encryption. And when encrypting data, we can not only ensure the integrity and the authenticity, like with keyed hashes, the data will also stay secret for outsiders. So with a hash, we would just obfuscate and protect the integrity and authenticity of the data. With signatures, we would be able to validate, or any third party would be able to validate if they would know how to use our public key. And with encryption, we can make the content of the thing we encrypt secure for outsiders. Only people who know how to decrypt that message will be able to read the content. And you either need a private key, a secret key, or a password to read the data, to decrypt the data. The encrypted message is often called a cipher. So if you hear me say a cipher, that's what comes out of an encryption algorithm. That's the encrypted message. The first type of encryption is symmetric encryption. And this few examples are file system encryption, Wi-Fi protected access, things like when you encrypt a Wi-Fi signal, database encryption. And these are often used when you have to encrypt a lot of data because they're quite fast to do. Like a file system, if you want to encrypt your whole hard drive, that's a lot of data to encrypt. So you want something fast, something that works instantly. Some algorithms, direct AES, and so forth. And what they do is they use a shared secret to do both the encryption and the decryption. So no matter if you have the input or the cipher, the output, if you know the shared secret, you can decrypt or encrypt the message with these algorithms. Next, and because we have symmetric encryption, we also have asymmetric encryption. And this works a bit different. This works with a private key and a public key, in which the sender asks to receive the public key of the receiver. So if you want to encrypt a message for somebody, you ask that somebody their public key. It's a public key so they can share it with you. And you're going to use that public key to encrypt the message. Then when the receiver receives your cipher, your encrypted message, they're going to use their matching private key to decrypt that message, which means that only they can decrypt the message, since only they have access to your private key. And it works like this. You use a public key to encrypt and use a private key to decrypt the cipher. Some algorithms, TLS, VPN, SSH, these are probably some algorithms that you've heard of or come across on the internet before. Some algorithms, RSA is usually included, but can also be EC, ES, and so forth. And symmetric algorithms are faster than asymmetric ones. Like I said before, if you want to encrypt a whole bunch of data, like a hard drive or a database, you're often going to use a symmetric algorithm over an asymmetric one, just because they're faster. But let's look at a detailed example RSA. And the first thing we need to do when doing either signing or encryption is generating a public and a private key if we're using asymmetric signing or encryption. And note that cryptography is usually based on some algorithms using large prime numbers. RSA is no exception. And my question is a million a large number, or is a billion a large number? And when I talk about large numbers, I talk about something like this, where this is a million and this is a billion. So there's a whole bunch of digits. That's 150 digits, I think, here on screen. They're often even 300 or more digits in those numbers. So they're really, really big, which means that they're really slow to compute. And if we want to create a key, the first thing that we're going to do is create some secrets. We're going to create or generate two large prime numbers. Obviously, 61 and 53 are not large prime numbers, but it makes it easier to illustrate. And we're going to use these two prime numbers to create a lambda, which is something, it's a function, but it's based on those two prime numbers. And then based on these three pieces of data, the first two prime numbers and the lambda, we're going to create a public key and a private key. And the public key will contain a modulus and a public exponent, and the private key will contain a modulus and a private exponent. And they work well together because they're derived from the same secrets, the same pieces of data that we generated on the top. Now, if we want to use a public key to encrypt some data, we will do something like this. We have our input, 1, 2, 3, 4, run it through an encryption algorithm, which is m to the e mod n, and get some output. And if you can see, m is our message, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. E is our public exponent, and n is our modulus. So by using the data in the public key, we can get some cipher by using it with the encryption algorithm. Obviously, we're not always working with numbers, so sometimes you have to do some data conversion like string to binary, binary to big integer, but the basics is still the same. You take that encryption algorithm and the data in your public key and get a cipher. Now, if you want to use the private key to decrypt that cipher that we just generated, we use a decryption algorithm, and that's C to the D mod n, and D is our private exponent, and n is our modulus. And because they were derived from the same data, in the first step, we will get the original input 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, usually you're doing some conversion in between, but the basics are that decryption algorithm and the data in your private key. So if we look at this in a more real example, this one still uses small numbers. So we have our prime numbers, our modulus, lambda, our private and our public exponents. And if we look at it with big numbers, these are numbers with more than 150 digits and 300 digits. It works the same. This is the encryption algorithm. And the decryption algorithm, if you want to look more at, if you want to have a look at this code, you can find it on my GitHub. There's 3 benches, one with simple numbers, one with large numbers, and one with data conversion. So I went through the basics very, very fast. We have hashing, we have signatures, we have encryption, just because I wanted to arrive at Jose. And Jose, it stands for JSON Object Signing and Encryption. So obviously it has something to do with signing, with signatures, and encrypting things. But why JSON? Well, because the JSON format is often used for serializing and transmitting structured data over a network connection, which basically means that we use it a lot on the internet, and most languages have support for JSON. Like I said, excellent support in most programming languages. And everything in the Jose standard is JW something. JSON web keys, for example, are a way of sharing public keys over the internet in the form of JSON. So if you look at an example of a JSON web key, it's a bunch of JSON. It tells you which algorithm it is. It tells you a lot of other things. But if you look closely, we can also see the N and the E in there, which is our public exponent and our modulus that we saw in the RSA example previously. There's also a thing called a JSON web signature, which is usually serialized as a string where the first part is a header, second part is a payload, and the last part is a signature, and they're divided by a dot. So if you would take a real-world example, it's something that looks like this. first part dot second part dot signature. And the first part is a Jose header, which is basically, if you would take that first part and decode it, it's base64 encoded, you would get something like this, a JSON object with an algorithm that tells you, hey, the signature has been used, or that the algorithm that has been used to sign this is HS256. So you know which algorithm to use to validate the signature of this JSON web signature. The payload, again, is base64 encoded JSON. So if you decode that, you can get something like this. And anything that's valid JSON can be a part of the payload. So if you want to have a message, some JSON, and you want to be sure that it arrives at another party, and they want to be sure that nothing has happened to that payload, you can use a JSON web signature, sign it, and the other party can use your public key to validate the signature. And how you create that signature? You basically take the algorithm that you specified in your header, and then just concatenate your header and payload and your secret, because this one works with a secret. If you have an asynchronous algorithm, an asymmetric algorithm, it will take your private key. But you run your header and payload together with your secret through this algorithm, to this function, and you get your secret. This means if something changes in your payload or header, the signature is always also going to change. So you can, your third party or the receiver of this JSON web signature can validate the validity of your content of your payload. Next up, JSON web encryption. So we saw signatures. There's also a way to use JSON with an encryption on the web, and it's a bit longer. Again, usually serialized as a string, which consists out of 5 parts: the header, the JSON web encryption encrypted key, the initialization vector, ciphertext, and authentication tag. And that's a whole bunch of different and difficult words. So let's go over what they are and see what they do. So a JSON web encryption thingy uses 2 kinds of encryption. It uses the content encryption key, which is part of that serialized string. It's the second part. And it's usually encrypted with a asymmetrical algorithm, which means we need to get a public key to a private key. We need to have access to a private key to decrypt that encryption key. So if we find the second part, it's our JW encrypted key. And then the cipher, it's the actual encrypted message. It's usually encrypted with asymmetrical content encryption, which means it's based on a secret to encrypt and decrypt. But that content encryption key is part of the JSON web encryption. So the fourth part is our cipher, or actual encrypted content. So how does this work? First up, the Jose header. Again, that's just a bunch of JSON, which tells you which algorithm has been used, which encoding, and maybe the key ID of the public key you can use to encrypt or decrypt things. So the first thing we want to do is decrypt the content encryption key, which is the second part of this string. So we take that, we check in the header which algorithm to use, and we use the correct algorithm function. Then we pass along the content encryption key, so the second part of the string, and we pass along our private key, which is the one with that ID also mentioned in your header. So once we've decrypted the content encryption key, we can use that to actually decrypt the cipher of this JSON web encryption thingy. So if you want to decrypt that cipher, we're going to look again in the header, see which encoding has been passed along, so we know which algorithm to use. We pass along the cipher, which is the fourth part of the string. The content encryption key we decrypted in the first step, the initialization vector, if that algorithm uses one, and the authentication tag. So by first decrypting the content encryption key, we can use it later on to decrypt the actual cipher, the actual encrypted text of this JWE. And both JSON web signatures and JSON web encryption can be serialized as compact, like we've seen before, signature being header, payload, and signature with a dot in the middle and base64 encoded, or as JSON, where a JSON web signature would look something like this. It tells us the payload, which is base64 encoded, and it also tells us the signature and some other data. And if you look at a JSON web encryption thingy, it tells us all the data we need to know as well: the ciphertext, the initialization vector, the authentication tag, and so forth. So you'll see them often or mostly used in a string encoded way, but you can also just use a JSON representation of these JSON web signatures and JSON web encryptions. So last up, something that you might have seen before is a JSON web token. And a JSON web token can be a JSON web signature or a JSON web encryption. Mostly JSON web signatures because they're simpler and easier to use. But a JSON web encryption can also be a valid JSON web token. So if we decode the header of a JSON web token, it will not only tell us the algorithm we need to use, but also tell us that the type is a JSON web token. So we know that we can treat this as a token, an access token, or an ID token, for example. And if we want to look at an access token, which is a token that we often pass along to an API if we want to access a protected resource, it will contain data in the payload that is useful to an API, things like the audience, the actual API identifier, when it's issued at, when it expires, which scopes this token grants access to. And if we look at an ID token, an ID token usually represents the identity of somebody that has authenticated. It will contain some data in the payload which is relevant to that area, being it a nickname or username or a picture and things like that. So to summary, I know I went very fast. Hashing compresses and makes it virtually impossible to get the real data. Keyed hashes protect the integrity of the data as well. Digital signatures allow third parties to verify the validity and origin of the data, just because they can either use a shared secret or a public key to validate the signature that you created based on the content of your that you wanted to sign. And encryption allows only authorized people to read the data. So only if the message has been encrypted with your public key and you own the private key, you can read the data that has been encrypted. And lastly, Jose is a set of standards based on JSON that helps us with signatures and encryption on the web. Just because you have JSON web keys, you have JSON web signature, JSON web encryption, JSON web tokens, and so forth. So it's all based on JSON. Even though it's often serialized as a string, there's also a JSON representation possible that's still valid according to this specification. If you want to see these slides again, jose.sambega.tech, you can look at them at your own speed. And if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or any of the other mediums that you can find me. If you want to know more about JSON Web Tokens, there's jsonwebtoken.io, which we maintain, which has a bunch of information and a debugger, so you can debug and see what's inside some of the JSON Web Tokens that you use. And if you want to read more, our blog has a whole bunch of nice, interesting articles. That's auth0.com/blog. That being said, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was great. Bit over my head, I have to admit, but really interesting. Do we have any questions from the audience? I'm wondering. Just check the feeds. No questions. Okay, well, we have 2 minutes, so I'm going to ask a noob question because
there's no noob questions.
I have never really dealt with encryption. I just sort of outsource everything to a library.
That's the sensible thing to do, by the way. You should never write your own and use the existing options out there.
Yeah. But you said that when you're creating the key, or you're creating your secret key, you have to use 2 prime numbers.
RSA
Why do they have to be prime?
I'm sorry?
Why do they have to be prime?
Just so the mathematics in the algorithms make sense. And they're very large prime numbers, which makes them virtually impossible to brute force. So if you use very large numbers, the mathematics behind them gets so slow and so complicated that you cannot just loop over all known prime numbers and finally get your answer.
Okay. What would happen if you didn't use a prime number?
Then the algorithm would not hold up. The math in the algorithm would not work. So your encryption or decryption would not work anymore.
Okay.
Because we have a prime number based mathematics that's behind it. But I don't know the details because I'm not a mathematical wizard.
Okay, so the answer is study number theory. Okay, we have a question.
Okay.
Is JWT the latest thing, or is there something new development happening, some future better version coming up?
So JWT is just a part of the HOSE standard, and the latest thing, it's been out for a while. It's an evolving standard, which means that, for example, if you want to use a JSON Web Token as an access token to use with an API, to authenticate an API, that doesn't have to be a JSON Web Token, but there's an upcoming spec that specifies how you would use a JSON Web Token for that. So it's a living and evolving API. There's other standards out there, but that would take us down a loophole of other standards and discussions about that, so I will not touch on those.
Okay. They can contact you in the various channels you've shared.
Sure, if you want to talk about it in private, feel free to contact me.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. It was really great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good day. Yep. We're going to... Hello, Jakob. It's good to see you.
Hello, everybody.
I would like to introduce Jakob Holy, who is going to talk to us about front-end framework alternatives to the mainstream. He is a Clojure junkie, and he's going to tell us how we can do front-end in Clojure, which I'm really excited to hear about. So,
thank you.
Take it away.
Can I get my slides? Thank you. Okay, so I work with Day.2 Norway as a full stack developer and DevOps evangelizer. And I worked a good deal on the Telia web applications, the web shop, and so on. So I want to talk to you about the pain of web development, especially as related to getting data from a backend to show up on the screen and to understanding the code of UI that you have not written. I worked on these 3 applications, and it always felt like an insane amount of change required to get new data up. Until one day I said, enough, there must be a better way. And there is. The key message of this talk is this one. Don't settle for the mainstream, for industrial best practice, for what everybody else is doing and using. Keep searching for better tools, less friction in your development process, for better developer experience, perhaps better languages, for what is best for your case. What I want to do here is compare 2 approaches, a widespread and mainstream approach with Redux and REST backend, and innovative approach with full crawl and a Graph API backend. This is an advanced talk. I assume that you know something about React. You might even have heard or used Redux. That's a state management library that you can use with React. And I assume you have heard something about GraphQL, just some baseline where we are. So I won't explain those very much. Okay. So what is full crawl and Python, which is its sister library? It's a full stack batteries included Clojure script framework built on top of React. And it's based on a few simple ideas that we will explore shortly, and adaptability to the unique needs of a project as a key feature. Now, I don't expect you to drop everything and go learn Clojure script and full crawl. Well, or at least not yet. So why I'm talking about this? Because many of the things I'm going to mention are applicable to some tools and frameworks in JavaScript as well. And also to show you what's possible, to inspire you to look for better tools, better development workflows, and less pain in your daily job. So what are these 3 big ideas that full crawl is based on? The first one is Graph API. So in a traditional application, you have a REST backend, most likely multiple endpoints, and each endpoint gives you all the data it has. On the contrary, a Graph API, and the best known example of a Graph API is GraphQL, has a single endpoint that can serve most or all of your data needs. And it's not the server, but the client who determines what data it gets back. It's a little like SQL. You send a query to the database and you get data back. So the same you do with Graph API, you send the query to the backend. But well, in the case of SQL, the query or the data coming back is in the form of a table. The data coming back from the Graph API is a graph, quite commonly a tree. And that's perfect, because our UIs have the shape of a tree. It's a tree of nested components, right? So it's a very good match. So that means you don't need to do some crazy client-side data transformation to fit the data to your UI. And having a single endpoint means less configuration and overhead and management around it. The next big idea is collocation. So let's take a step back. Why do we create web applications and front ends in particular? It's to enable our users to interact with our systems, right? So they are, in a sense, user interfaces. And what's the most important thing in user interface? That's UI components. Now, to understand the UI component, what it does, why it exists, I don't want to search through 4 files to piece the information together. I want to have all this important information just next to the component, next to the body that uses the data. I want to see what data it wants coming in, perhaps which route is it under, how it wants to handle errors. Is it loading lazily or eagerly? And that's what collocation and fed components is about. And we will see how that looks. The third big idea is normalized data. So when the data come from the backend, we don't store them as they are in the graph or tree form, but we store them deduplicated. You could think of it as a big map from entity ID to entity props. And if an entity depends on another entity, then it would refer to the other entity. That means that if I want to change a piece of data that's used at or displayed at multiple places in the UI, the change will be reflected at all those places. So I get rid of a whole class of possible data out of sync issues by having this normalized data on the client. Let's take a step back again. The graph API. Imagine that you got tasked to display a list of all female players, and for each player you want her name and her address. But for the address, you care only about the city. So the UI shape is tree, right? The data is a tree. And now imagine you have 2 players that share the same home address. When you correct something in the address for one of them, you want the change reflected in the other one. So that's why normalized data is important. And by the way, when I speak about Fulcrum and Pathom as one thing, but Pathom, that's the graph API, as Apollo is in the case of GraphQL, and Fulcrum is all the rest. Okay, let's have a look at some code to see how it looks in practice. Imagine that you have a web shop and you have been tasked to show a list of hot deals in the web shop. And the data should be loaded on demand when the component is displayed. So we start with the traditional Redux and REST solution. Our first file is hotdeals.jsx, where we actually define our UI. And here's our React component called hotdeals, which takes the data it needs, the deals, if there was any information with any problem with loading the deals or whether they are still loading. And then at start, we ask for the data to be loaded because we wanted to load data on demand. If the data is loading, we show that. If loading the data failed, we show an error. Otherwise, we show a list of the individual deals. Then on to our next file. No, sorry. So where do we get these props from? We have to hook this component into our state management library, which is Redux in this case. So that's what we do by wrapping it in Redux Connect. And here we tell Redux, please, from the state, pick me these 3 things, the deals and so on, and send them as props into my component. Okay, so now we go on to the next file, actions.jss. And this is an overkill for this simple example, having this split over multiple files. But for a bigger application, it actually makes sense. And I modeled this example on how the applications that I have worked with look and are structured. And it's the standard way to make Redux applications. So here's a lot how deals that we called from at start. And it's actually produces an action called load hot deals, which will eventually contain the data and will be later handled and integrated into the client-side state. Onto our third file, the backend client, where we actually have the function providing the data, and it contains the low-level details of which URL the data comes from and transformation from text into JavaScript data structures. And our fourth and final file, the reducer.js. So reducer is a function that runs for each action to update the state. And I'm cheating a little. I use this cool library, Redux pack, that provides me a handle function you will see below, because it makes it somewhat bearable to write this repetitive code. So inside my reducer, I say, if the action we are processing is the load hot deals action, I want to handle it. And the pack library gives me 4 events. Of those, 3 will be typically triggered. So when I dispatch my action, I want to mark that deals loading so that I will show the loading spinner or whatever in the UI. When it's finished, I will say, no, we are not loading anymore. And then I get either failure, in which case I store the error so I can show that in the UI, or success, in which case I just store the data. And you would repeat this for every single data source again and again. The backend is quite simple. We have some business function that actually provides data to us, and some plumbing to expose the data at this URL as a JSON. So, of course, this needs to be in sync with the backend client JS we had above. So how does this look with Fulcro and Graph API? So this is our front end, all of it. Don't try to read the code if you have not seen Clojure before, because I guess you would just get confused. Listen to me, I will explain the important bits and pieces. Only very briefly, this is an array, essentially. This is a map from key to value. And this means that we are calling something functional. Okay, so we defined stateful component called hotdeals that mirrors the one we had in the first solution. And it takes some props, which will include deals as it did in the first solution. But now, difference. We don't have just the body that actually renders the UI. We have some metadata added to this component. And the most important and interesting part of the data is the query. So here the component says, I want all the deals, and I don't care about what is inside each deal. There's the deal component which decides. So that's the thing with fed components. The component declares what data it wants. Nobody else needs to know about it. The information is not duplicated anywhere. Just the component, and of course the server needs to be able to provide the data. And it includes the query of its child. So the whole thing will be retrieved, but it doesn't need to know the details. I don't need to hard code the information here. There's no duplication of effort. And then the code is similar to what we had in the first solution. We use hooks to ask for the data to be loaded at start. And here's the difference. I ask for data to be loaded, but I don't use my own function to do that, this fetch hot deals. I use the framework provided load function because the Graph API is uniform and because I have declared on each component what data it needs, including the data of its children. So I can simply use a generic function to load from the Graph API. And here I'm just telling it, give me all the deals and for each deal, whatever the deal component wants. And please be so kind and give me a progress and status marker and call it deals marker so that I can use it in the body. Which we do here, we extract the marker from the props. And then if we are loading data, then we show loading. If the loading failed, we show that. Otherwise, we just show a list of the individual deals. Notice here, I did not need to write and manage my own deals loading thing and deals error prop. I can use the framework provided built-in support for tracking this information and just ask it kindly to tell me. So this code is much shorter. The backend code is quite similar to what we saw before. We have the business function that actually provides data and the plumbing. Here we don't expose the data. We don't expose it as HTTP endpoint, but as a graph resolver. And we say that this resolver can produce deals, and for each deal, it can give you ID, title, and so on. This is optional, but it's quite useful because it means I can start Data Explorer during development and explore the data, try my queries, and so on before I hard code them in my UI. And then, of course, we just return the data themselves. So that was the code. If you have any questions, so please pose them or remember them. There will be some time at the end. So, in the first solution, Redux and REST, we saw a number of things I don't want to do. I don't want to orchestrate change across 2, 3, 4 different files that are hard to find. I don't want to manage failure tracking manually. I don't want to track the loading or not loading status manually. And most certainly, I don't want to do this again and again for each single endpoint. And I don't want to write these data fetching functions for each endpoint. They do nothing. I always want JSON. And if something went wrong, I want the component that uses the data to decide how it should handle that, what it should show to the user. And if you have a more complicated application, it's possible that you actually will be loading data from multiple data sources. And I don't want to coordinate that in the client myself, especially if some of the data depends on some other data. So I need to fetch X before I can fetch Z. And the Graph API can figure this out for me and just give me the data I need, no matter where it comes from. And I don't want to maintain consistency of possibly duplicated data. manually. So to summarize, I don't want repetition, I don't want boilerplate, and I prefer not to have so many defects. In the second solution, the full crawl and Graph API one, we saw a number of things. I want minimal friction when getting new data from the backend to the UI. So here, the only thing I needed to do was to add the resolver that exposes the data and just query for the data in my component and use it. That's the minimal amount of work I could have hoped for. And that's how it should work. And I want this built-in request status tracking. Is it loading? Has it failed? I don't want to do that manually. I want built-in data fetching, because with Graph API, which is uniform, and with me having declared what each component needs, I can do that. I don't need to write those things that essentially don't do anything useful again and again. And this is a big thing for me, actually. I want to be able to easily switch between how the data is being loaded. Is it being loaded all at once when the application starts, or are some parts loaded asynchronously? So I start with everything else, but I don't wait for the data to display the UI, and I only display the data as it arrives. We have one bigger application that displays a lot of data, and it's not really practical to wait for the slowest data source to display the UI. So we want to only load the most essential data. So only wait for that. And everything else we load asynchronously and just display when it arrives. Or I might want to load data on demand, as we have seen in the example, when the component is displayed, clicked, or something. And I want to have really simple support for this. So that means I want a framework like Fulcro, which is full stack and integrated. So the backend and frontend are made to work together. It's minimal friction getting stuff or getting data from one to the other. A framework that has batteries included, so I don't write my things again and again and again. And preferably a framework which is adaptable. I don't want maintainers that think they know best and they can make all the decisions for me, because I've really been burned multiple times by eventually running into those decisions when my needs differ from what they imagined. And Fulcro provides me hooks that enable me to extend or override its key behaviors so that I can really adapt the framework to my needs, as long as I'm aligned with its overall philosophy. This is something that's not trivial to get right, and it requires really good design and insight skills. So there are not that many frameworks that got it to the extent that Fulcro managed. I want a framework that provides me Graph API so that I have a single endpoint to care about, and I can just declare what data I need locally at each component and get them when I need to, and get them in the shape that matches my UI. I want collocation. I want to have all the information necessary to understand the component next to the component, or at most a click away. This is, by the way, another important feature in Fulcro, that it's designed for navigability and user productivity. So most things look like functions, so that your built-in editor support for going to a function to see its details and going back works there. So navigating is really simple. And I want normalized data on the client to avoid any duplicity and out-of-sync problems. I want these batteries included that we discussed: error loading, error handling, or error checking and loading status tracking. This loading synchronously, asynchronously on demand. And Fulcro provides me even more goodies that I would miss elsewhere, such as UI state machines. that I can use to manage any more complex interaction flows. They are really useful for that. They are used internally for loading. When you have user login, which can go through multiple stages, that's indispensable as well. There's built-in routing. I have not seen a bigger application where you don't need routing. Support for forms, and essentially all important things that any non-trivial application will need. This is also to inspire you to look for frameworks that don't try to do everything, perhaps, that are focused on doing small things separately, but at the same time have a good story for offering you solution to all the common problems that you are going to need and meet. Of course, not everybody is as lucky as I am sometimes. If you're stuck in the JavaScript land, don't despair completely. You can have a look at Facebook Relay and GraphQL. They provide a number of these benefits as well. How obviously I think they are inferior to ClojureScript and Fulcrum. And a small homework for you, go read or watch something about why and when GraphQL makes sense, so that you can decide yourself if GraphQL or REST is the right solution for you. Have a look at Relay or perhaps Apollo if you are in JavaScript. And if you got interested in the particular technologies I have been discussing here, so you can watch this talk to learn a little about why Fulcrum is nice. And I would highly recommend to read Gene Kim's Love Letter to Clojure. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, we have a little time now, or if you will have any questions or comments later, don't hesitate to contact me using my email. And you will find my contacts on my blog as well. And if you go to my blog, you will also find the slides and the code and more details about this talk and its content.
Okay. That's great, Jakob. Thank you. I learned a lot. Never done Clojure before, so this was really interesting. Do we have any questions? Doesn't look like we have any questions right now. But I know we have our next speaker all ready to go. So shall we just get started with our next speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. It was really good to see you.
Bye.
Hi.
Welcome back. Now we're going to have Gaute Mik-Olsen, who is going to take us back to JavaScript after our foray into Clojure land. And he's actually going to give us 2 talks, but we'll start now with a tour of what is new in JavaScript over the last few years. So thank you very much.
Yeah. There's my screen. Okay. Welcome to Beyond ES6, New Things in JavaScript. And ES6 is categorized as the modern JavaScript, which is an edition that was released 5 years ago. And it contains nice features such as let and const, arrow functions, promises, and a lot more. But it's 5 years ago, and we have had a lot of new features since then, which I'm going to show you. And by knowing these features, it allows you to write less code, more readable code, and better code. My name is Gaute Mik-Olsen. I'm a developer here in Norway, and I work for Capra. And on Twitter, you can find me at Gaute Mik-Olsen. Before we go into the features, I want to say something about the history. So JavaScript was created in 1995. And then 2 years later, it was standardized by the ECMAScript organization. And the standardization is called ECMAScript. And then the next 2 years, they have created 2 more editions. And we're starting to shorten it to ES3 instead of saying ECMAScript edition 3. Then they started working on the edition 4, but that was actually abandoned because of internal differences in the team. So we had to wait 10 years until the next release, which was ES5. Then we had 2 more, 5.1, and then they had this new idea. From now on, they're going to shift away from doing feature-driven releases where they are releasing once they feel like they have enough feature for the release. But now they're shifted to date-driven releases where they're going to make a release each year in June, and the features that are ready would be added. And if a feature is not ready, it would have to wait until next year. So they've done that for 5-6 years now, and we are at the latest edition, ES11. And as you see, we're losing track of all the editions number. So they came up with a better way to say it in 2015, which was saying ES and then the year. So ES6 is the same as ES 2015, and we're now at ES 2020, which is ES11. And every feature that is not yet been released yet is referred to as ES Next, something to come in the future. And here's my point that when you hear ECMAScript is a standardization, while JavaScript is implementation, but we are mostly talking about the same thing. And when somebody mentioned an edition, if they say ES6, it's the same as edition ES 2015. So that's good to know. And then we'll dive into the features. Let's start with ES 2016, also known as ES7. Earlier, when you wanted to check that an element existed in an array or not, you needed to use the index_of method and check that. And if it wasn't present, you would get the index -1 and check against that. We now have a simpler way. We can write includes. It would return a Boolean true or false if it exists or not. And here we see that it's true. And for numbers that or an element that doesn't exist, you would get false. We have exponentiation. We could always do this with the math.pow method, but there is now a simpler way where you can use the double star. This means that 3 is raised to the power of 2, which is 9. But a simpler way to do it. And as we see, the additions are getting smaller since they have started releasing each year compared to ES6, which was really large. Now they are smaller in size with fewer features. So now we're at ES 2017, also known as ES8. ES6 gave us promises, which really helped writing asynchronous code instead of passing callback functions to your method. When a function returns a promise, you can write .then and then pass in a method which would run once the promise is done. With ES 2017, we have a simpler way with async await. If you put async before a function, this function would now return a promise. And inside the function, we can use the await keyword by saying rest equals await the promise. This would be kind of the same, but it's a much more readable way. So the next line would await until the result of the promise has been finished. So it's a nice way to write asynchronous code. And if you're writing arrow functions, then it would look a little bit different, but you would put the async keyword before the parentheses for the parameters. So this would be the same an asynchronous function like I showed you before. And if you have multiple promises that you're awaiting, you might write it like this. But if the next promise doesn't rely on the result from the previous promise, then these two promises could actually be fired off in parallel and be more performant. And there are two reasons to solve this. You can either just handle them as promises right away, and then once you're going to use the value, you're awaiting it. Another way is to use the promise.all method, which takes in an array of promises. And once every promise has been resolved, the promise.all would return a single promise to await, and you can continue with the result in an array. Object values and entries are two new methods that has arrived. If we do console log and say object.values and pass in our object person, object.values would return an array of every value inside our object. And if you use the .entries method, we would get nested arrays with both the property name and the value. As you see here, we got the name, get the age, and 29. And the object.entries is really nice for when you're going to loop over every property for your object. And you could do it like this. You can say, take an array of the property name and the value of the object.entries and person. And then we're looping over every property. Like this, we get first the property name and the value, the property name and the value. Okay, moving on to next edition, ES 2018, also known as ES9. And then we have the object.spread. And let's say we are creating another object with some property. We would like to get every property from another object inside this new object. We can do that by using object spread with 3 dots and the object. This would spread every property from me inside also me. And if you console log also me, we would see that it contains all 3 properties. We have the object destructuring, a new feature. And if you want to have variables from the property values, you can say brackets and then the properties, the variables you want from the property, from the object. You would use the brackets on the left side of the equal sign, and then on the right side you would write your object. And this allows you to get variables from the property. And here we see that age has the value 29, which it got from our object. This can also be useful for use cases where you have a function, like do something, which takes in, let's say, an options. And the options contain, let's say, height and options.width. Here we could use object destructuring to clean it up a little bit. And you can also use destructuring right in the parameters. If you do it here and say height.width, your function would still take in a single object, but inside your method, you could access the values directly. Yeah, I haven't kept it correct, but yeah. So object destructuring. Now we're moving on to promise.finally. And if you are working with promises and you're using .then and catch, but you would like to run code either way if it's rejected or resolved, we can use the .finally, which takes in a method. This method will be sure to run. Here we see that the promise would run .then method on line 3, and then it would run .finally method. And this also works for if it's rejected, and just prints an error message for the catching, and the done would run in this use case as well. Okay, moving on to ES 2019, also known as ES 10. So if you're working with a nested array where you have sub-arrays inside, and you want to flatten it to a single array without the nested arrays, we can use the array has a flat method now, which we can use. And by doing this, you won't get the nested arrays. But if you have multiple levels of arrays, like this, for example, array.flat method would only flatten it one level, as we see down here. So if you need to flatten it multiple levels, you can send in a number to the flat method. And by doing this, we will flatten it all the way down. But what if you don't know how nested your array are and you want to flatten it all the way down? Then you can just use the infinity, and you would be sure to have it flatten it all the way down. And similar to flat, we have flat map. And here we have the use case where you have an array of sentences, and we would like to convert it to an array of only the words. To do this, we're using the split method on an empty space. But this split method would return an array, and we were getting nested arrays. See down here. Then we can use the flat map instead. And flat map would flatten the return that is mapped. And we would get an array for every word if you're using flat map on line 6 there. We have an optional catch. So maybe you're doing error handling and you want to make sure that if your code throws an error, your code won't crash. But sometimes you're writing catches and you're not using the error that's being thrown. Then you had to write the error either way, but it's not being used in the code block for the catch. We're now free to omit the error and write it this way. And we'll get the same result. And maybe like you want to write code, but you don't care if or handling your error, it would be as simple as this, and your code would continue and not. You can just write a try in this way. Moving on to the latest edition, ES 2020, which came out this summer, also known as ES 11. Here we have, earlier I showed you the promise.all method, which takes in an array of promises. And once every promise is finished, it would continue. But if one of the promises is rejected in the all method, it would throw an error and we're console-logging sad face. But what if we would like to continue even though some of the promises are rejected or failed? So we could do this with all settled. And this would, the promise that is returned from all settled would resolve no matter what if any of the promises are rejected, which might be the use case for sometimes. And here we're getting, continuing to line 6, and we're getting an object where the status is either fulfilled or rejected based on the status for the promise. And if it's resolved, we're getting the value. And if it's rejected, we're getting the reason, which we'll see from here. Moving on. We have a new type called BigInt. And with working with numbers in JavaScript, if you're going beyond the max safe limit, we are starting to see some weird results. So if you have here, we are incrementing the number by 1 after assigning it to the limit, and then conslogging it, and then incrementing it by 1 again. And we would expect that the last conslog would be 1 higher than the previous one, but it would actually turn out to be the same number. So this is, we should fix this, and we can use this BigInt. By passing the number to a BigInt, we're now working with BigInts, and we can work with even larger numbers if you have that use case. And if you are doing math on BigInts, let's say we're adding 5, the number 5 to the BigInt, you're getting an error because you can't mix normal numbers and BigInt. To solve this, you would need to write BigInt and the number inside, and you would do the same. But a simpler way to write BigInts is that writing your number and then adding an n to the end of the number, which would also mean that this is now a BigInt. You see here it's correct. We have the knowledge coalescing. Here I have the use case where I would like to assign the variable name from the person's name, the object person.name. But what if, which works fine, but what if the name is null or undefined, doesn't have a value, and we would like to have it to a fallback value? Then you can use a double question mark and give him anonymous if he doesn't have a name. As you see here, we're fallbacking to anonymous because the name doesn't have a value. But you might say that, but we could have done this before as well with a logical OR operator. So why is this a new feature? This will actually do the same for this use case. But there are 2 reasons why I prefer to use the double question mark. The first is that I think that the logical OR operator is often associated with the Booleans. The other thing is that falsy values in JavaScript will go to the fallback value. And in JavaScript, there are several things that are falsy, and the number 0 is falsy, an empty string is falsy, and the Boolean value false are all falsy. And even though they has a value, it would be fallback. So let's say we have these cases where preferences and the user are setting the sound level on the application. We're now going to set the sound level. We're saying preferences.sound, and if the sound doesn't have a value, we would like it to fall back to middle sound 50. And then console-logging it to see the result. And the user would thought he or her has muted the sound, but it would actually get 50, and the user would get sound, which is really bad. And this is because sound is falsy. But if you would use the double question mark, it would only listen for null or undefined, and we would get the 0 result. But if it hasn't been set, like it would either be null, we would get the default value 50, or if it was undefined, like this, you would also get 50, as we see down here. Okay, to a new feature, we have optional chaining. Here we have the use case where we have a house, and the house might have a owner, and the owner might have a pet. And we would like to write code to check that if there is a dog in the house. Ideally, we'd write it like this and just check for the type on the pet from the owner from the house. But this would throw an error because you cannot read property type of null. Since pet is null, it doesn't have a type. So to do it safely, you would have to check that if there is a house, and does the house has an owner, and does the owner has a pet, and then it's safe to access the type property. And this is really bloated code. With optional chaining, we can write it even simpler. We can use the question mark before the dot. And by doing this, the rest of the chain won't evaluate if house is either null or undefined. And as we see here, on our case, the pet will be null. Then type won't be checked. And we can do the same code safely. And we will get console log no dog here. And that was what I wanted to show you. You can see the slides on and the demo examples on beyond-es6.netlify.app, and just navigate down to the final example of the coding. And you can always reach out on Twitter later if you have any questions you can't come up with right now.
Thank you, Gato. That was really informative. Do we have any questions from the attendees? I can check the feeds. Okay, it doesn't look like it right now, but I am wondering, when is it safe to start using these new features?
Yeah, so a new edition is released in June, but a feature might have been already finished earlier in the year. So the modern browser will start to implement these new features before the release of the edition. So if you're targeting modern browsers, it could be safe to start using them right away. And if you need to support older browsers or older versions of Node, you need to check the support on can I use or the MDN documentation, or you can use such things as be able to compile your edition to an older version that is compatible to an older version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. How about TypeScript? How does this get supported there?
They are doing pretty much the same as modern browsers. So one feature is going through stages before it's finished, 5 stages. It started as a strawman, and then it's finished at stage 4. And at stage 3, it's pretty sure to be added. And then TypeScript, if they feel safe, they're implementing it maybe already on stage 3. So they're, in some cases, a little bit earlier than the JavaScript implementations. So, yeah.
Okay, good to know. We are done a little bit early, but luckily you are our next speaker.
Yeah.
So would you mind if we just transitioned to your next talk?
Yeah, you can decide if we do it right away or have a break. It's up to you. I'm ready.
Okay, I think we'll go to your next talk, and if you finish that one really early, then we can have a break before the next one. So Gaute again will talk to us about Vue 3. There is a lot of new stuff there, so let's find out.
Okay, so Vue 3. Vue is a JavaScript framework to create websites, which is my favorite framework, which I'm excited to tell you about what's new in the new version. My name is still Gaute Mikkelsen. I'm a developer here in Norway for Capra. And Vue 3 was released just about a month ago on 18 September 2020. And it has some really nice improvements and new features I'm going to show you about. But before that, not everyone might know about Vue, so I'm going to give a quick intro. So Vue is a progressive JavaScript framework which is progressive since it's really easy to get started for users, but it scales really well for complex and large projects. And it mainly solves reactivity. If you have, when you're updating your data, it will automatically be shown in your HTML. And it solves using components, so you can reuse your components or write focus on smaller parts at a time. And here's a minimal example to get started. All you need to do is to import a script tag with a view. And then in your JavaScript, you can create an object which holds some data. And then you mount that object onto an element. And here we're selecting the element with the ID app. And everything inside this element now will be controlled by view. And here we see that we're using double brackets to show the value, as you can see on the right side here. And then we're alternating the data. Or the screen, yeah, we're back. And if you are here, you can alter your data and it would automatically be reactive and display in your HTML. So you don't have to update your DOM yourself. And then you have some few directives you need to learn, which is if, for example, if to conditionally show an element or not, but you only need to know about 2 or 3 directives to be efficient in Vue. So it's really easy to get started. And maybe as your project scales, you are going to end up with .vue files and writing single file components that need to be compiled to your production bundle at the end. But here I have basically the same example where you're writing the HTML, the JavaScript, and the styling in the same file, which is really easy to navigate between in your component. So this is a component. And you can even scope the styling. So the styling will only affect your element in this component, and it won't bleed out to the rest of the website. But let's get back to Vue 3. So what has changed? It's very few breaking changes. Most of the changes are under the hood, since they've completely rewritten the language. But they've kept the API for us developer that are creating the Vue project mostly the same. So it's really easy to upgrade from a Vue 2 project to a Vue 3 project. You'll feel very, very familiar. And they have also added some new features. One thing because of the rewrite is that it's faster. They have optimized the rendering and has a more aggressive static tree hoisting, which basically means that once you're updating your data, it will be really fast at updating the HTML and the DOM. And Vue was already fast, but now it's even faster. So it's a good thing. It is smaller, kind of. It's around 23 kilobytes, which is actually around the same size as Vue 2, but it has packed some more feature inside the framework, so that it's the same size. It's good and not bigger. And it's tree shaking aware, so they've improved that. So if you're not using features in Vue in your final bundle, it can be shaven down to around 12 kilobytes for the best use cases. It is more maintainable. They have rewritten the project to TypeScript, which means that it's more maintainable for the Vue core team and open source contributors. But for us creating a Vue project, this means that it has improved TypeScript support because of this. But it's still completely your choice if you're creating a Vue project in JavaScript or TypeScript. So over to some new features. We have the biggest change, which is the composition API. And here's an example of that. Earlier, this is what we would do with something called the options API. So in our JavaScript code, we would have our view object, and then we would add some properties for data and methods, maybe some lifecycle properties and watch and computed. Now we have an alternative way to write it. We can use the .setup method, which would run once while the component is created. So we could use data fetching inside here and other things. And what you return from the setup method will be exposed to your template. So you can basically do the same, but you're writing it a little bit more programmatically way than what you might have done in Vue 2. And you're composing how you're structuring the code yourself. But you should know that the composition API is completely optional and additive. So if you don't like it, you don't have to use it, and you can write your components exactly like you've done before. Here's basically what you need to know about the composition API. You're importing what you're going to use from Vue. Here I imported a lot of stuff to show you. And you're using ref to hold a value. And you can change the value in your JavaScript for maybe some incremental method. And then you need to use the dot value to access the value for the ref. And once you're updating a ref, your HTML would automatically be reactive based on the value that holds. Similar to ref, you have reactive, which holds an object. Then you don't need to use the dot value to access the values the reactive hold. We have computed, which computes a value based on other data. We can watch our data with either watch, where the first argument will pass in what we're going to watch, which could either be one value or an array of multiple ref or reactives. And this function would then run once some of what we're watching has changed. Or we could use the watch effect, which takes in just a method, and it's a little bit smarter because it knows what to watch based on what you're using of reactive and ref values, which is really nice. And you have your life cycle, such as unmounted and unmounted and unmounted. And you have several other lifecycle hooks. So the thing is that it's written a little bit differently than before, but you're basically doing the same. You have ref and reactive for your data. You still have your computed, which does the same. You can watch things, and you have your lifecycle methods. So it's just a little bit differently that you're composing it yourself, how it's where you're writing it. And one thing I really like is that you can, when you're using the composition API, it doesn't have to be created inside the setup method. It can even be created outside the component or even outside Vue. But here I have an example where I've created a file, a JavaScript file in its own file, where I'm using the composition API. And here I'm creating a global logic and state in a really simple way. I can just export whatever I'm going to use from my file. And then my components only need to import it and then return it in the setup method. And this is a really simple way to reuse code or have global state. So I'm really a fan of the possibilities the composition API have created for me. Another feature is the fragments. Earlier, when you had multiple elements in your component, you had to wrap it in an element because the template could only hold one single child. So this, otherwise it would throw an error. And this resulted in not only bloated in your code, but it also bloated your DOM by an extra element. Now we're allowed to have multiple root elements in our template. So this is a really good, beneficial. Another feature is the teleport, where we sometimes things belongs logically to a component, but you would like to display it elsewhere on your website. And here we're using the teleport element to achieve this. We're writing to and then selecting an element. And here we're selecting an element with the ID alerts. And what's inside this teleport element would be displayed at the alerts element and not in our component, like I displayed here. The upper outline is from our component, and down here we have our alerts element where the P tag would go. Yeah, that was most of the changes in Vue. So thank you very much for listening. On Twitter, I'm Goethe Mikkelsen if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Gauta. That was
Thank you.
very useful for all of us, I think. It doesn't look like we have any questions in the feeds right now, but maybe you could tell us, since this is a new release, is it safe to start using it yet?
Yes, and it depends. Since the framework is ready to use, but the ecosystem, such as other modules, such as, for example, the Vue router and other packages you might want to use with Vue, are in beta. So you can use them, but you should know that about Vue. And if you need to support Internet Explorer, that is not currently possible in Vue 3, but they're working on a Internet Explorer compatible mode, which will be out soon. But so you need to know about that before you're starting with Vue 3.
Okay, that's good information. Do you have any personal projects in Vue 3? Or I guess it's very early. Yeah?
Yeah, I have
what
a lot
did you-
since Vue 3 has been it has been out since it's in alpha and beta and release candidate for a long period. So I've played around with it for quite some time already.
Okay, so you can recommend it personally.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. Okay, great. There will be a short break now, I think, because we have a few minutes and we haven't had a break yet. So everyone, go get some coffee, move your legs, and thank you, Gauta. We'll see you back here in 8 minutes for our next talk. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
See you around. Hello, welcome back from your break. And now I would like to introduce everyone to Nivita Moran. I hope I said that right. She is a very impressive developer from India who is going to be talking to us about a different framework, Angular, and directives in Angular. So I'll just let her take it from here.
Thank you, Sarah. So let me just share my screen. So yeah, hope you all can see my screen. So hello everyone. Hope you're all being safe out there. I'm really excited to meet you all on this virtual event. And this is my first international talk, so I'm a little bit more excited about it. And before starting it out, I wanted to thank the amazing DevFest Norway team for putting on this great event by coordinating with speakers from 10 different countries. And also wanted to thank the team for giving me this opportunity. So before starting my talk, I would like to share with you a little bit about myself. I'm working as a software engineer at a logistics company called Fourkites and have around 3 years of industry experience in front-end. Apart from a regular job, I'm also an organizer for GTG and WTM Chennai here at India. And I will give tech talks around web technologies like Angular also, and would love to connect with you all either in LinkedIn or Twitter. I'm pretty much active over there and have specified my IDs here. Would be love to connect with you all. So here, without any further ado, let's just get started with the session. We have a 10-minute slot, so I'll just try to cover briefly upon these topics listed here in the agenda. And it would be really great if you know a basic knowledge of Angular, like how components are created and how to build a basic UI and so on. So the topics we're going to see today here are, we'll just see first what directives are in Angular, then we'll see the different types of directives, which is like component directives, structural directives, and attribute directives. So what are directives in Angular? So we can think of directives just as a marker on DOM elements that tells Angular to attach a specific behavior to that DOM element or even transform the DOM element and its children. So in short, it just extends the HTML. For example, we can change the appearance or a structure of a particular DOM element dynamically based on a specific condition according to our business use case. And we will be seeing them in detail with the examples in the upcoming slides. So now we will see the types of directives that are available in Angular. So as you can see here, there are 3 types of directives: component directives, structural, and attribute, as said before. And I just want to give you a note that we will be covering only the inbuilt directives here in this particular session. So first we'll start with component directives. So yeah, the component directives are just a special kind of directives having their own template. As we'll be seeing in the upcoming example, like we'll be having a component decorator that helps us to identify the class immediately below it as a component class. And we can define a component, whoever has worked with Angular know that we can define a component associated with a template, TS logic file, and a style file. And yeah, a template is just a HTML that tells Angular how a component should be rendered. So as you see in this example, we have app root component. So whenever we create a component, it's just nothing but a directive. And we all know that Angular is all about components. And each component consists of a template, CSS, and TS file, as said before. For example, if you see here the highlighted portion, we have an add component directive, which helps us the Angular to identify this particular selector to be a component. And here in the highlighted section, we are seeing the associated TS, CSS file and a business logic files for how a component should look. Next, moving on to structural directives. So they basically shape or reshape the DOM structure by adding or removing elements. And they have the full power of creating or removing DOM elements. And the commonly used built-in structural directives are ngif and ngfor. So yeah, in this example, we have assigned a Boolean variable called showText and to this ngif directive. And this variable based on the business condition, it will either return true or false. If the value is going to return to be is going to be true, then that particular div will be displayed. For example, here I've just displayed a text. Yes, it can be seen. This text will be displayed on the browser if that show text variable returns true value. And if it's going to return a false value, then it's not going to be rendered. So we are going to conditionally dynamically render a particular component in the browser. So, for example, here this is the output of the below the code which we saw before. Sorry for the stylings here. I just created a text with a background of red color. So yeah, here we have dynamically rendered a DOM element based on a condition which is written from the show text variable. Next, we are moving to ng4 structural directive, which is the next commonly used directive. So, for example, if we have an array of elements like shown here, here the front-end framework is just a variable which has an associated set of values like Angular, React, and Vue, which is an array of values. So we are going to display this array of values in the HTML template using the ng4 directive, like here. So as you can see in this example, I've just used this ng4 directive in the HTML template, and I've iterated through each of the values in the array of front-end framework variable. So the output would look similar to like this. Angular, React, and Vue, all the items will be iterated using the ng4. Then last but not the least is the attribute directives. So in whichever elements we use these attribute directives, they can only change the visual appearance of that particular element, like font size, background color, or other properties of an element. So this is the only thing that the attribute or directives does. They just change the appearance of the element. And the inbuilt attribute directives which are commonly used are ng-style and ng-class. So here in this example, we have used the ng-style decorator to give some background color, padding, and font size to the text. Which is have changed my appearance. So yeah, this is the desired output from that code which we saw before. Sorry for the color, I just tried to match my outfit today. So yeah, and next here we have used another commonly used directive, which is ng-class. And as you can see in this template file, we have used ng-class and added some stylings for that particular class called frameworks in the CSS part of the component. And we have given some stylings like margin top, padding, color, and text align. And while calling upon those components with that particular ng-class, we will be seeing this desired output. And yeah, that's pretty much a brief summary of the available directives. And to be noted, we just covered the only the inbuilt directives that are available. So just to summarize this short talk, we just looked upon what directives are actually. They are just a markers on the DOM element, which helps us to dynamically render elements based on the condition. And we looked upon different types of directives that are available, like component directives, structural directives, and attribute directives, and the commonly used of them, like ngIf, ng-for, ng-style, and ng-class. So we have come to end of the talk now, and these are pretty much the commonly used inbuilt directives in Angular, and hope you have got a basic idea of it. And thank you for joining me today, and would love to connect with you all in Twitter or LinkedIn. Once again, thank you, Norway team, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Nivita. That was a great talk and very informative. I do have one question for you. Is it possible to create directives for our own specific use case?
Yes, it is possible to create a directive of our own. It's just similar to how we create a component in Angular. Like, for example, if we want to create a component, we just use the command ng-generate component. And similar to that, the Angular library provides us a helpful command line called ng-generate directive and the name of the directive. So using that, a TS file will get generated, and we can customize our own conditions by accessing the native element and create our own directive for us.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. We are about 5 minutes early, so I'm just going to give people one last chance to ask questions. Come on, folks, you have a Angular expert here. No? Okay, well, thank you very much. It was wonderful to hear you talk, and have a great day.
Thank you, Sona and team. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hi.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Emma Tversky, who is also going to talk to us about Angular. Emma is from Google, and she has a lot to say about material design and how you can leverage it in Angular. So take it away, Emma.
Cool. Thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, so my name is Emma Tversky. I'm a developer relations What's early here? I'm a developer relations engineer at Google, specifically on the Angular team. And today we're going to talk about material design. Outside of work, I really like to do design things. I like to tinker with doodles. So you'll see some of those today. And yeah, let's get started. So I've sort of split my talk today into 3 sections. So first, we're going to talk about Angular material. And then we're going to talk about material design. And then we're going to talk about Angular material design. So we have these 2 different concepts, and we've split them into one word. And we're going to leverage this design system plus this Angular material library and these tools to sort of like enhance our Angular apps. So with that, let's get started. So let's start with some definitions. Material design is a design system, which means a single source of truth where you're going to get all of your elements, you're going to be able to group them all together and sort of apply a single vision to them. And a lot of that's about usability. And this is all designed and created by Google. And the point of it is to help teams build high quality experiences. So really focusing on usability and delivering this best experience to the end user. With this toolkit, you're going to get typography, so things like fonts, curvature, hierarchy in the view, things like that. Shape, so all of your curves, edges, that's a John Legend quote, I guess. And then color, so your color palettes, the rainbow, Roy G. Biv, but a little bit more specified to what looks good on an application. And then Angular material is basically just material design components for Angular. So this is also developed at Google by the Angular team and sort of looks to bring this material design system into Angular. Now with the material component toolkit, you're going to get components. So things like the actual buttons, sliders, really all you can think of actual code that's going to render some sort of component on the screen. The CDK, so the component dev kit that has some of the more functionality that you can add. So things like drag and drop, accessibility, all kinds of cool tools like that. Schematics, so things that you can actually put into the CLI, the command line interface, and be able to bring these material components to life, or just generate things out of the box without ever actually having to go and create a new file in VS Code or whatever your editor is. And then test harnesses. So this is something a little bit newer. It landed in version 9. And it's continuing to be built right now. But it's the idea that we want to give you these components, but we also want to give you a way to test them as components. We don't want you to care about the CSS or the selectors or anything like that, because we're not making you write those things in the first place when you use material. So you shouldn't have to use them when you test. So we'll dig into this a little bit more later. And the goal of all of this is to connect designers and developers, right? So we want to be able to provide designers easy to build best practices, and we want to give those best practices to developers and have a common language in that back and forth. And the point of this is to create high quality, versatile, and frictionless components and applications, right? So we want to be able to say, hey, I want a button. Designers have a toolkit to be able to understand what that might look like. And then developers have the ability to use the same language to go back and forth. So you'll see there's no arrows on my doodle because this is a back and forth relationship. And that's what the best sort of design system looks like. So if we start with Angular material, in order to use this, there's going to be 4 steps. So the first is going to be you're going to add the package. So if you're familiar with Angular, a lot of it has to do with adding the sorts of tools you want to use out of the box, right? And then you're going to import the module that you want. So let's say you're using a button, you'll import the button module. Then you'll use that button module in your template, and then you'll make it functional. So you have to hook it up, right? If you want to be able to click the button and see something or do something on the screen, you have to be able to add that functionality in order to do something there. And we'll run through a quick example in a second, so don't worry too much about this. Now, if you're an intermediate level developer in Angular, I also want to shout out that we have some really cool schematics that I think bring a lot of life to sort of seeing what you can do with these Angular materials at a more advanced level. And so there's 6 out there that I want to just show off. There's addresses, navigation, dashboards, tables, trees, and a drag and drop. And basically by running this single command in your CLI, you're going to get a very built out address form or navigation or something like that that uses a ton of the other components and brings them all in, imports them, and builds this more complicated form so that you can see how these things sort of fit together, right? So a button on its own is just a button, but 15 buttons in an address form that allows your user to drag and drop and select the country of origin and ship a package off is so much more powerful. So there's all kinds of cool stuff like that. So with that said, I want to quickly share a different screen and show you what this looks like. Let's see. Okay, so this is going to be our demo application. I just have a playground up here, and I have just a card just to show that something is on the screen. And I'm also going to have this palette button up here that I've implemented that just allows me to change the color theme, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So I'm going to go with like a, let's see. Yeah, let's go blue and pink. Feeling that this morning. And if we look at our code, I have the application running. And then if we go through those 4 steps, remember, all we're going to do is we're going to run ng add Angular material. And if I were to actually run this, all that's going to happen is I'm going to be able to pick a color theme. So again, I have my 4 color themes there, or a custom theme, which we'll talk about in a second. And I'm not actually going to do this because I've already done it. But if I were to do that, I would have all of my imports come in, and I basically just get the tools of material into my application. Now, the next thing I said is I want to pick out what component I want. So we're going to add a button to my card. And so with that, we're going to go to our module. So this is step 2. And we're going to import the module we want. So here I have the mat button module, and I'm importing it from Angular material button. So I'm adding this line. And then if I go down my imports, I also want to make sure that I'm importing that module and saving. And that's all I have to do there. And then we go to step 3, and that's going to be actually going into where I want to use this. So I have my custom card, and let's add a button. So I want to add this button into my template, and let's say I can add a matte button, and I want it to be the primary color of my color palette. And then I want it to say, hi, I'm a button. There we go. And if I save that and go back to my template, I have a button. And as you can see, there's all kinds of different things that you can apply to that button. So let's say I want it to be a little bit more colored. I want to raise it up. Then I can save that, add that raised file, and I have a different kind of button. And so that's basically it. And then if we went into testing, we would start to use those component test harnesses, but that's just the basics of those 4 steps. So you can see that it's really easy to get started, at least with Angular material. So if you just came to this talk and you are completely new to Angular as a whole, I just want you to see that it's really easy to get started. So this is really cool if, let's say, like you're really excited about creating some really complicated TensorFlow machine learning application, but you want it to be able to be usable. Then if you're using Angular material out of the box, you really don't have to worry about that usability. You don't have to worry about accessibility as much because these best practices are already built into the components that you're being supplied. So it's a really great use case if you're more on the beginner side of things. Now, if we look forward on the roadmap, there's 2 things that sort of relate to this talk that I just want to touch on. So early in August, our team released a roadmap to sort of show the public what we're working on. So I'd highly encourage you to go check that out on angular.io. Now, the first thing is the Angular CDK committed and sort of announced a full commitment to this component test harness structure. So it's based on the page object structure. And we basically announced that we're going all in on this. So as we migrate to MDC components, as we sort of look to the future, we're really trying to build out a full suite of test harnesses that complement all of our components that you can use to test. And we highly recommend that as a future best practice. The other thing that was announced is the MDC web migration. So this is the idea that the Google Material Design team has created a set of primitives that are reusable, and they closely identify the specs and sort of outline of what a material design component should look like. So our team, as the Angular team, is going to be incorporating these primitives into the Angular material components that already exist and creating MDC components that basically just closely align with that material design specification. So if you look towards the future, that means that things are going to be a little bit more closely aligned. As material changes, let's say they decide to change all of the colors to like neon, because that's the new hottest thing, our components would immediately switch over with them, versus right now it's a little bit more of a separated structure. So if we look at what those test harnesses look like real quick, I just want to show you what I mean by sort of talking about these robust, easy to understand tests. So this is an example of a test with a component test harness. So I've imported a bunch of things. Don't worry too much about that. There's guides on Angular.io if you're really interested. But the really cool thing about readability is that instead of worrying about CSS selectors, instead of saying like, I want the nth child of the 5th div that has a class name that's Emma test, this works, I just have to say, I want a button. I know I want a material button. I know that it has this text on the visible side, and I want to be able to say button.click. And that's all you have to do. And we're going to worry about what that click looks like. We're going to worry about making sure that it actually is there. We're going to say that we know the attributes and we know the actual underlying CSS that we're compiling to. And so we're going to give you the tools to be able to test it without having to worry about any of those implementation details. And again, this sort of just follows the Angular practice of enforcing and enabling developers to use best practices. The other thing I said is MDC components. So just to give you a quick visual example of what's to come, this is an example of a checklist of fruits that I like. And this is the current Angular material implementation. And this is what it's going to look like with MDC components. So as you can see, there's some slight typography changes, some slight density scale changes. Density is something that will come with these CDK components, where you'll be able to actually specify a density for a lot of components. And so there's just some slight changes. There's also changes to things like accessibility. So you can see that this plum is disabled, and in the new MDC component, the contrast on the actual disabled font is a little bit different. So a lot of like small accessibility fixes. There are some visual changes, but again, it's just closely aligning to these MDC component specifications and primitives. So with that said, that's Angular material. That's how to use it, and that's also where it's headed in the future. Now let's talk about material design. I just want to preface this by saying I am not a designer, and I think that's the really cool thing about Angular material design is that this is giving you a design system that you don't have to be a full-out designer to use and utilize. Now, if you are a design decision maker for a larger company or your application or project, then that's definitely something that you want to think about, is how you can leverage the material design as a base level to build off of that and make it your own brand. So again, let's just remember that this is a design system, so it's a single source of truth. And what that means is that we have all of these sort of ideas. So we have identity, things like this type and color, some things that make it your own, right? So these are the things you'd want to customize if you're creating like a new application for dogs, right? You might want to think about what color that would look like, what the type would look like, the shape, the motion, all kinds of animation, things like that. And then you want to take best practices, so things like accessibility, which is a top priority and always should be. Usability, UX, right? People have to be able to use the application, even if it's the coolest thing in the world. And consistency, right? You want it to look the same if you navigate to a different page within your application. There should be some design consistency there. And then principles, right? So again, that brand, the purpose, what are you actually trying to get across in whatever you're building? And you're going to build all of that into components. And so material is used as a metaphor. It is sort of modeled after the idea of material design is material like pen and paper. So it should sort of look and feel the same way that you would if you were having a tangential or a tangible experience. And I think that's a cool metaphor to sort of build off of. So with that, let's talk about the things that you can customize in material design. So typography, like I said, this is going to be your Google Fonts. We've probably all gone to Google Fonts. I know that when I was first starting out in web dev, I would always, this is the first thing I would change, is I'd import a different font from Google Fonts. But again, it's sort of defining a typeface. So the actual font, font weight, is it bold, italicized, letter case, and things like that to match your design, right? So that's sort of all that's in typography that we'll cover here. Shape, so we have things like material icons, but we also have things like curves and edges, right? Are things going to be a bezel curve that's rounded? Are things going to be sharp and jagged edged? But also things like interaction. So how does motion work? How does gesture work? How does selection work? Motion patterns, things like that. So that's all the sort of things that you can customize in shape. And then color, right? This is my favorite because it's bright and fun and sunny. But the idea here is how can you create consistent, distinct, and intentional color? So the material palette is usually pretty muted in terms of the number of colors it brings in, but it uses color to define a hierarchy, right? So your loudest, your brightest, your boldest is probably going to be your largest features, where things like maybe a fab button, a plus sign here in this GIF, is going to be maybe a darker color to sort of bring that out and highlight that there's additional features that you can add. So things like that. And this is, again, going to be probably the most common customizable thing in a material component. And I just want to throw in there that there's also dark theme, because I know that's like a really cool newish thing to be able to add to applications. So when you define a material design theme, it's not just one theme, right? There can be multiple themes. So let's say that you wanted a light theme, a dark theme, and a middle evening theme or something like that, right? You can apply the same sort of consistent design to 3 different, maybe utilizing palette to change it. Obviously, you're changing your dark color and your dark theme and things like that. And then when you actually go into your application, you're able to apply those different themes based on whatever sort of time of day or attributes you want to do with maybe an overlay. So this isn't saying that you're stuck with one consistent theme. It's sort of that you're building out a full design system, and that system may have multiple themes that utilize different things like color based on time of day or type based on time of year or something crazy like that. I don't know. The sky is the limit. And so with that, we've talked about Angular material and what it actually looks like and what it is. We've talked about materials design and sort of hopefully given a little bit more background on what it actually is for the non-designer in all of us. And so now let's talk about Angular material design. And what I really want to highlight here is that if there's a lot of ways to leverage this, right? So the power is in leveraging the last 2 things we talked about to create one consistent design experience for your Angular application. So if you're brand new, if you're just trying to scaffold something, if you're just trying to get something built, Angular material design is going to be a really great way to start with a consistent design system, maybe use some of the built-in themes and just get something out there that's usable, that's accessible, that's aesthetically pleasing. And then as you leverage some of the tools given to you with Angular material, given to you with material design, you can build out a lot more there, right? So I just want to say a lot of people are talking about this. These are just a few tweets in the last couple of days. Face reveal, I also run the Angular Twitter. But yeah, right, people are commenting that they're building components, they're building component libraries is a very common theme to see, because people leverage Angular's components, right? And so people want to leverage this component system to create component libraries, and a lot of times that means consistent theming within them. And people are also open sourcing this, right? So Allianz just open sourced a UI library that has a consistent theme that uses sort of a universal theme system. So people are really looking for this consistency, right? So what does this actually mean when people ask for universal theming? And I do heavy air quotes there because I think it's really hard to define what a universal theme means, right? So we have this material design system. We have design systems as a whole. What is a universal theme and how does that differ? And to me, a universal theme is a universal design system. And so I want to sort of equate those two for the purpose of this talk. But the idea of it is the portability of style, right? We want to create one system, one style that applies to everything. And we want it to be portable. So we want it to be able to apply to new things we create, custom things we create. We want it to span the board, right? And so a great way to do this is to start with storybooking. So storybooking, there's all kinds of tools that do this, but to me, at least in my doodle, it's the idea of giving designers the tools to be able to say, this is my book of all the components. This is the building blocks I have, right? A lot of times I think of Angular as building blocks. So we give you a lot of building blocks out of the gate with the language itself, but you can also add on to that. And Material is a really great example of building blocks. You have all these components that are building blocks, but how do they fit together to create custom components? That an address form is a great example, right? How can I use my multiple buttons, my inputs, my dropdowns to maybe select the state I live in if I'm in the US, or an input that's custom that sorts by country, or name or email where I want to validate on that, but I also want to be able to click buttons or checkboxes, right? So these things all fit together. So by storybooking all of your components, you're able to say, okay, these are all the components that I want. Now I want to apply a consistent design system. So I want to be able to use the same values, let's say same typography, same font weight, same view hierarchy, same color. And I want to apply all of those to my storybook of styles and see what the actual output looks like separate, and then build them together. And a really great example of how you can sort of see this implemented is material studies. So if you go to the Material website, I believe it's material.io, don't quote me on that, then you can see a lot of applications that are built out as studies of what material design looks like in a customized way, right? So we're always familiar with sort of the built-in themes, but you can see that there's all kinds of different things people are doing with color, font, space, density that make applications look completely different, that make them look branded. And so you can sort of take inspiration from that in the directions you can go with a certain set of values. And a lot of that has to do with, again, this idea of theming, right? So we're talking about universal theming here. We're talking about universal design systems. So we're going to define 12 values. So we have 12 values that we're able to give our Angular Material applications that make it our own. So you have the built-in values. There's 4 themes: the deep purple, amber, indigo pink, pink, blue, green, and purple green. But if you want things to maybe not be purple green, then you're able to supply these 12 values and customize it to make your own by picking that custom theme. And that's just applying to color. If we add font into that, it's going to be 12 factorial number of customizable themes, right? So you can really do a lot with this. And theming is a pretty new thing, right? So this landed in 2018 to the material design team. And the idea is to give a strong theming system to manage color and font. And that applies to Angular Material as well, right? So we're going to use this theme idea and leverage that to create our own branded experience. So this is what custom theming looks like. So basically, as you can see, I'm creating palettes and applying them to these different values. So here I have a primary and an accent. And remember, a palette has multiple different colors. So there's a light, a medium, a dark. So even within each of those 12 variables, you actually have 3 other values of light, medium, dark. So you're really seeing the weight and the depth at which you're able to customize things. Let's say you wanted to create all pastels, then all of these would be more on the light tone, right? Or let's say you wanted like a really dark, Halloween-y, spooky, orange, burnt sienna app, then all of those colors would be dark, right? So you're defining this theme data structure and applying it as a mix-in. And so all of this is going to be done with custom mix-in. So let's say you created a custom component. You would also create a custom mix-in that applies, again, those same values in your material theme to your new custom component. And so this is what we're going to sort of talk about as the end of what a custom design system looks like. So this is an application that I built that has a whole suite of custom controls that allow you to select what type of toast you want. And then when you click one of our many toast buttons that I've created to show off all of the different material buttons, then you're going to create a new piece of toast. So I want to share this and sort of go through more of this. So, oops. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully, yeah, you can see the toast application. So this is it in real life. You can see I have different types of bread I can select in a custom accordion. I can slice it if I want. I can butter it. And then I can also do things like toggle my light and dark. So you see I'm making use of those two themes. I can change this top bar to be a different color based on what color of the palette I want to highlight. And I also have things like checkboxes within drop downs to select my jam and all kinds of other things like that. Now, hopefully there's a bit of lag on this, but if you want to see the actual code behind this, I want to show off sort of how you can make use of these custom themes, just to sort of tie in together the fact that I have all these components, I'm using Angular material, and now I want to leverage them to customize it and make my own. So I want to leverage this idea of material design to make this design my own, which is really the point of this, right? So I have my custom theme. I'm importing a bunch of stuff there. And then I have, let's say I'm creating an accent palette of pink, and I still have my Warren value. So my toast Warren value is going to be red. That's typical. Obviously, you can also change that. And then I'm going to create my theme element, which is a matte light theme. And I'm going to supply all my colors and then give it to the mix-in. And that's basically it. Now you can see that I have a dark theme as well. And so I'm saying that if the dark theme is what my browser prefers, so if I'm in a dark mode, let's say it's after, well, actually right now in the US, if it's before 8 a.m., then my computer is usually in dark mode unless I have it toggled off. And so I'm applying a different theme, right? So I'm able to apply these different themes that I've defined based on the time, based on preferences of the browser, based on things that I know that my web browser prefers. But I'm also able to apply things based on a class, right? So I'm applying that same dark theme if there's an overlay on the entire application of a dark theme. So overlays are a very typical way to do the same thing. And I'm also able to apply this typography. Now let's use an example in my custom themes of applying a new typography, right? So you can see I have my two types that I've imported. I have sort of a typical one, and I also have like a fun one. And I have some of these values I've defined. Then when I go into my typography config, I'm going to add a new value here that's going to override my button. And I'm going to change this. So right now, my heading font family that I'm using is Leda. And if I want to comment that out and uncomment, I want to use this new one I imported, Sansita. And this is just like a fun, less typical run, right? So if I save that and I go back to my Toast application and I let it load, there you go, right? So I've changed this actual Toast font to a sans or a serif font, right? It has all of these edges, but I haven't changed things here, right? Because I haven't applied that same heading to, or that same font to these components. So you can see how you can customize. It doesn't have to be one font across the board. It doesn't have to be one color across the board. It doesn't have to be one color at any one given time, right? If I want to go back and change maybe a color, I could say instead of pink, let's do blue, right? And then I have to let it load. But as you can see, I guess what I really want to drive home here is the idea that you can create really complicated applications. Oh, yep, see, there's the blue. What I want to really emphasize here is that you can use and leverage, if you think about this as a design system, if you think about this not just as a single value, as a single variable to change, but as a design system, you can really think about all of the different ways that you can change your application with all of these values. Oops. Sorry, I got booted from the meeting. Anyways, if you think about this as more than just a single variable, Yeah, so let's reset. So basically what I was saying is if you think about this as more than a single variable, if you think about this as a design system, and if you think about when you're incorporating Angular material as more than just, again, these sets of individual values, I just want to change my primary, but you think of it as a design system, you can really think about how you can leverage that, whether you're an individual who just wants to change a small thing out of the box, or you're a large company that wants to leverage this to completely customize it and make your own. You can think about how you can leverage this material design idea and Angular material to create really great applications. And so with that, I just want to say, go try out Angular material. Tag me in Twitter, and I'd love to see what you're creating. I really love to see when people do all kinds of crazy things to make them their own, or they start to incorporate Angular material into existing applications. There's really cool use cases where you apply Angular material with Tailwind CSS, all kinds of cool stuff. And I love to see it all. So that's my Twitter handle. Thank you so much. And I think there might be some questions I saw in the chat. So let's talk.
Thank you, Emma. That was really great. We do have some questions, so I will just pass them on. Do you have a favorite storybooking website?
Let's see. So I do have a favorite that is a really cool internal product at Google. That's not a great answer. And it's been presented in the past as something that wants to be open sourced. Let's see. I always just use Storybook as Storybook, the library, Storybook.js, that is able to build Angular applications.
Okay, good answer. Do we have any other questions? Well, I have to say, as a mobile developer, I've never done Angular or web, but I've implemented a lot of material design apps before. So it was really interesting to get it from a different perspective and see how it's so consistent really across platforms. So I enjoyed that.
Yeah, multi-platform is a great additional use case. If the same brand is, I come from a mobile background as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, I do have a question. You had mentioned that the accessibility was baked into the Angular material somehow, but you didn't go into any details. Could you be a little more specific?
Yeah, for sure. So it depends on what part of accessibility you're talking about. Obviously, with the primitives that material design supplies, things like curvature, things like touch target are baked into the fact that buttons have a certain size that they come out of Angular material. So things that are a little bit more, things you could catch with a screen reader or Lighthouse could catch are usually baked into sort of the primitives of what values it is, things like font size being a certain size, things like that. Angular material also, the CDK has a library that is an ally package, accessibility, and that applies other things where you can define things like focus order for screen readers so that you're able to define the way things maybe move through a custom component. So if you're creating something that should be read bottom to top or something customized like that, the Angular material package in the CDK would be the way that you would leverage sort of defining custom accessibility if you need. But otherwise, it's usually baked in just by the fact that screen readers recognize components.
That is very useful. It's accessibility is hard in mobile sometimes, so it's good that you're making it so easy there. I wonder, does it enforce like a minimum font size somehow, or get a warning if you go too small?
So there's no warnings. That's a great idea though. So if you're using Angular material out of the box and not customizing it, it'll always it defines font size for you. And so the font sizes decided are developed with accessibility in mind by UX accessibility engineers at Google. So again, the primitives out of the box would say font size is 14, that's good, or whatever that is. And it's all relative to whatever the browser has set again. If you were to override and customize it, then you could technically, the only way you could make it unaccessible is if you overrid it to be something horrible and unaccessible. And that's when I would recommend using things like accessibility testing to make sure that you're not doing that with your custom design system.
Okay. We do have one more question from the audience now. Do you think it's going to extend support for WCAG 2.1?
So that's web accessibility.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure what the direction. I'm only speaking from the Angular team, not material design. So I'm not sure what their plan is with additional support. I do know that if you look at Chrome DevTools for checking things like accessibility, they have now built in like automatic fixes where you can click one button and it'll change values to meet all 2.1 is included in accessibility fixes in Chrome DevTools. So I would guess, my educated guess is that the primitives will always fit the best possible form of accessibility that they can.
Okay, great. That's wonderful to know. And I'm sorry we are out of time now, but it was really great to have you. So thank you. And have a great day. I know you woke up very early to talk to us, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Hello.
Hello, Sarah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again.
Yes, it's good to see you.
I would now like to introduce John Ryan, who is also from Google and who also woke up very early to talk to us. Today, he's going to talk to us about widgets and Flutter. So we're going back to Flutter for the end of our show. And as a Flutter developer, I'm very excited to hear what you have to say.
Yes, I've got my coffee here. I'm ready to talk about Flutter and widgets. Let me share my screen. Thank you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this talk is all about widgets. If you're new to Flutter and you're wondering what a widget is, let me see if I can get this full screen. All right. So if you're new to Flutter and you're wondering what a widget is and how to build your own widgets for other people to use, that's what this talk is about. So we're going to talk a little bit about Flutter and Dart. We're going to talk about a lot about widgets, what they are, how to use them, how to design them. And I do want to cover how to publish widgets for other people to use. So what is Flutter? Well, I like to think about Flutter as an SDK. It's a full software development kit for building apps. It mainly targets iOS and Android. So if you're looking to build for both platforms with a single code base, I highly recommend Flutter for that. But we are also expanding to web and desktop in the future. It's fully open source, so anyone can contribute. We have all the code up on GitHub. A lot of the framework is on GitHub. Engine is on GitHub. A few things that I like about it is its fast dev cycle. We'll take a quick look at that in this talk. And it's got really great tools for developing your app, analyzing your code, checking performance of your app. A lot of really great stuff there. Dart is the language that Flutter uses to work. So everything you build in Flutter is written in Dart. A few features of the language. It's a sound type system. So everything is soundly typed. That means if something is an integer in one place, it's an integer everywhere. That allows you to do some really nice static type checking. It's fully featured. So things like asynchronous programming are available. We've got classes, we've got generics as part of that type system. We do have a new feature coming up called null safety. That's really exciting. So what null safety allows you to do is define something as non-null, and that guarantees throughout your program that for other people using it everywhere, it's not going to be null ever. We also have great tools. We have a just-in-time virtual machine that's mainly used for development. And we have an ahead-of-time compiler, and that allows you to ship small binaries on iOS, Android, even on desktop. And I mentioned the analyzer. So when you're developing in an IDE, we have the same analyzer running in VS Code, IntelliJ. It's all the same system, and it's really advanced. It runs on millions of lines of code at Google. And we have a set of core libraries also used a lot at Google. So a new one here, my favorite, is FFI, that allows you to interop with a C dynamic library or any dynamic library. I've even seen some people use Rust with Dart. So a lot of great core libraries. And I will be showing in this talk a little bit of Pub, the package manager for Dart. So if you're interested in sharing your code with other people, publishing packages, maybe you have some idea for a package, we'll see how to do that in this talk. A quick overview of Dart. So this is a class. I'm declaring some fields as final, meaning they can't be changed. So the reference to the integer here in the string can't be changed. I'm also using a constructor syntax. This is a named parameter. So first name is named. So when I construct a user, I actually type first name and then I type the string. So we see that a lot in Flutter. Here's some example of asynchronous programming. So I'm saying this function is asynchronous. That means it will essentially pause at this line where I'm fetching users. And then once that is done, I'll run the next line and I'll filter this list of users where the first name matches the name that's passed in. So this is just demonstrating asynchronous programming in Dart, and I think it's really cool. We also have some new features that have been implemented for Flutter specifically. This is on the bottom here, the new syntax, and above is the old syntax. This is called a spread operator, and this comes really in handy when you're composing a lot of Flutter widgets in Dart. So addition to the spread operator, we also have collection if and collection for. And these do kind of what you might expect here. If the article title is non-null, it puts a text widget in there. And then at the bottom here, I'm looping through essentially all these tags, and I'm creating a new widget for each tag. So if you're interested in this, I recommend checking out collection if and collection for. And here's a quick preview of null safety. This is a very simple program, obviously, but I'm defining something as an integer. And with null safety, that means it can't be null. So I'd have to add a question mark after int on the type to say this can be null. Otherwise, I get a warning here. So yeah, you can go to a null safe version of Dartpad. We have the feature announced in this blog article on our Medium. So I recommend checking that out if you're curious. So that's all about Dart that I'm going to talk about today. But yeah, the rest of the talk is devoted to widgets. So yeah, so what is a widget? So anything you see on screen in a Flutter app, anything visible, and even some things that aren't visible are widgets. So for example, text is a widget. Also things that are layout are a widget. So if you see things laid out a certain way, that's likely being done by using a widget. Animations are widgets. So if you see later in this talk, we have some animations. Actually, right on the next slide, we have some animations. So that's all implemented as a widget as a user. So you need to know what a widget is to use animations and a lot more. So widgets are the core idea in Flutter, really important to learn how to use. And here's a quick example of an app. Just to highlight the point, everything you see in this app is a widget. So you could actually inspect the widget tree here and see what all this stuff is. Last year, we ran a contest called Flutter Create. And what that did is we challenged people to just write a really small app and come up with something creative. And we gave out prizes. So here's all the submissions that came in. You can see just the breadth of widgets and apps that people built. So yeah, you see a lot of text, you see a lot of gradients, a lot of animations, a lot of really, really impressive stuff. And you can see how interactive they are too. You can see all the swiping that's going on here. Just the breadth of what you can do in Flutter is really, really cool. I think, yeah, you can see cool animation here, a piano, really great stuff. Okay, so here's what a widget looks like in code. So I've got a stateless widget here. We'll talk about that in a second. I'm saying this widget has to return another widget. So the widget never changes in this case. I'm always returning a container with a certain amount of padding and a color. This build method can be called every frame. So it should not have side effects. So this function always returns the same widget every time I call build. And that's very important. It's important to do the same thing every time, unless the configuration of your widget changes, which we'll talk about. So yeah, when Flutter renders the widget, we call build. The container itself is a widget. Its build method gets called, and it's actually doing the same thing. It's actually returning a decorated box widget, and inside the decorated box, it's using a padding, and inside the padding, it's putting my text in there. So it's composing in the same way that I'm composing. And just to prove it to you, I've got the inspector running here. I've opened this up in my IDE. I've clicked on the container that I created, and I can see there's actually some widgets on the bottom here, decorated box and padding. Also, I mentioned I've called this the widget tree. So I just wanted to prove to you that it can be a tree. You can have widgets with multiple children. That's totally fine. Row and column are very common widgets that take multiple children. Okay, so let's talk about a stateless widget. So that's what we saw just there. It's part of user interface. Build returns a widget based on the configuration. So what does that mean based on the configuration? Well, the fields on my class are the configuration for the widget. So if I have a message here that's a string, that I am using to compose another widget here, which is a container, and I'm putting the message in there. So as a user using this widget, I can call my widget. I can pass, this should say message here. I can pass a message, hello Flutter. So that's really the basics about stateless widgets. Next, you might want to have a widget that keeps some state itself. So again, stateful widget is part of a user interface. It's attached to a state object, which we'll look at. And the state object has a few lifecycle methods that stateless widget doesn't have. For example, in its state, when the widget is first added to the tree, this lifecycle method gets called, and it also implements the build method instead of the widget implementing the build method. And that allows you to build widgets based on the state and the configuration. So here I've got a state object. The state of my widget is a color, and I'm initializing that color. And when the widget is tapped, I'm calling getRandomColor. So if I look at demo here, so when I restart the app, it creates a random color. When I tap on it, it changes to a random color. The color is the state, so I can change the configuration of the widget and do a stateful hot reload, which keeps the state for all widgets and rebuilds them. So I can change the configuration of this widget without changing the state, which is really, really handy as a developer. If you're 5 layers deep into an app, well, the state of the app is where you are. And I don't want to have to restart the app and go through all these screens and get to the exact same state that I was before. I just want to play around with some widget configuration or change a color. So this is really a superpower here. We're using Dart's VM to load the libraries again, and then we call the build method on all widgets again. And that's called a stateful hot reload. So Flutter developers already know about this, but I thought I'd show that. So next, I want to talk about how to create an app. So full disclosure, if you want to go through these steps, I really recommend going to this link, but I'm going to run through them in this talk real quick. The basic steps are you download the Flutter SDK, you add the Flutter command to your path. You can check the instructions for your platform, what this means exactly. If you're on Windows, it's slightly different. But the next step is to run Flutter Doctor, and that will tell me what tools I have installed on my machine. So on my machine, I've got Android Studio, Xcode, IntelliJ, Visual Studio Code, all this set up. But likely on your first run of Flutter Doctor, you might need to install some things. So that's the purpose of this tool. If you're developing on iOS, you might want to install Xcode. If you're developing for Android, you need to install Android Studio. And if you're wanting to try out web and desktop, these are beta and alpha features right now, so you need to enable them using these commands. And to create an app, you just run flutter create. That's a command in the Flutter tool. And I'm going to also run Flutter devices. So once I've created my app, I want to see what devices I can run it on. I've got an iPhone here, and I'm just going to say Flutter run on my iPhone. You can also do this in your IDE. So here I'm running from Visual Studio Code. I can also open devices from the IDE itself. You can see at the top here, I've got the iPhone 11 selected. Sorry about that. Having some technical difficulties here. Okay, we're back. So that's how to create an app. Now we kind of know how to use widgets, and we might want to see what's available to us. Like this talk is called "There's a widget for that." So how do I find the widgets I'm looking for? Well, we have two main packages. We have the Material and the Cupertino packages. So depending on what platform you're targeting, you might choose to use the design language for that platform to make your users feel a little bit more at home. But Material works great on all platforms. It's designed that way. So we have a catalog here at this link for Material components. We've got a ton of Material widgets here, and they've all got documentation on how to use them. We've also got Cupertino widgets. And we've got a general widget catalog for everything else. So if you're looking to do accessibility, if you're looking to do layout, we've got it all cataloged here, and you can just peruse these, figure out what you're looking for. And if you don't find what you need there, we have a site called pub.dev. That's the Dart package manager site. And you can publish widgets to pub, which we'll look at. Here's an example of a package called Flutter Slidable. And what it does is it takes a widget, and it takes a couple other widgets and puts those behind the widget you gave it. So when you slide that widget, you can see other widgets. So you can see kind of how flexible this widget concept is in Flutter. But it's got 110 pub points. It's got 98% popularity. It's got some likes. It's also a Flutter favorite, meaning we've looked at it and it's met criteria from the Flutter team. So the way to add this to your package is to add it to your dependencies in your pub spec. So in your pub spec file, you add Flutter Slidable, give it a version. I'm using a Cray syntax here, so any version above 5050 will work for me. And I run Flutter pub get. That fetches all the packages to my local machine, and I'm ready to import and use any APIs in this package. I mentioned the pub score. We run some analysis on all pub packages just to give you a little bit more information about whether the code is passing static analysis, whether it's high quality, providing documentation, things like that. All right, so here is the Flutter gallery. So you can download and run this. You can also go to this link down here to view it in your browser. You can just peruse all the widgets here. Here we've got some really cool animations here from the animations package. So yeah, all the code here is available. You can just download and run this, check out the code, check out all the widgets that it's demonstrating here. We've also got some Material apps actually embedded in this app. So for example, Reply is a email style app with a custom theme and a lot of cool animations. So if you're looking how to do certain things that you see here, you can just browse the code. So those are all ways to just find what you're looking for. To use them, I'm going to run through a quick demo here. This is a slightly long demo, so hopefully we get through it. But I'm going to select my iOS device. I'm going to run it for the first time, which takes about 15 seconds to actually run the Xcode build and everything. But Flutter takes care of all that for you. Once this is running, we'll see a placeholder widget, which is a really handy widget if you're just wanting to put something on screen for testing. So we should see a big X. There's our placeholder widget. So I'll replace this with a text widget. And I'll just hit save, and Flutter runs a stateful hot reload for me. I can also double tap shift and type wrap with padding. And that's an IDE tool that we've added to wrap a widget with some padding. Next, I can change it to a widget I haven't created yet called my widget. And then I'm going to type STLES. That's a IDE shortcut in IntelliJ to create a stateless widget. I'm going to fill out the build method with a widget I don't know much about in this demo called text field. So I'm going to command click into it, and I'm going to just scroll through what all the fields are, read the documentation. So the documentation is generated from the source code. So anything you see on api.flutter.dev is actually in the source code. So I can command click and read the documentation for all the widgets. I've decided to use the onChanged method and give it a callback. And whenever the value changes, I'm going to just print something to the console by calling print. And I'm going to use string interpolation, another Dart feature. And I'm going to give it a decoration just to style it up a little bit, give it some hint text. I'm going to say enter your name. Then I'm going to hit save, and I can see instantly I've got my text field here. As I type, I'm printing hello. So I'm going to convert this to a stateful widget by just double tapping shift and typing convert to stateful widget. And I'm going to give my state object a name. So I'm going to store the value of the text field in my widget's state. And I'm going to initialize it to a value. So there I've got the name. This demo is very easy because it's just a video. So I've got the onChange method here. I'm going to call setState. And that tells the framework that the widget has changed and it needs to run the build method again. So I'm going to wrap this setter in setState and change the name to whatever the user typed. And finally, I'm going to show you that the state has changed. I'm going to just add a text widget here and say hello to whoever typed their name. So whatever state of the widget is, it's going to say hello state, and it's going to update whenever this onChanged callback happens. Pretty cool. And I'll just do another stateful hot reload here. So here I'm setting the style. I'm making the text bigger. So if I do this multiple times, it's no problem. Very fast. I can actually type a name to set the state. And just to prove to you that it's a stateful hot reload, I can change the font size again, and the name Andy doesn't change, so the state sticks around. So that's a little bit about how you use them. If you finally want to build a widget, I recommend deciding if you want a stateful or stateless widget. We've seen examples of all three of these. So whether the widget is managing its own state or the parent is managing its state or both. Quick example of this, again, in my state object, I've got a color, and I'm calling getRandomColor. So I'm managing my own state here, but I'm also letting the parent manage some state by adding some fields to my stateful widget class. So hopefully that makes sense. You can see how some things can be defined by the parent and some things can be managed in the state. So as you're thinking about your API, you generally want to move some things to the stateful widget object, put it in the API, and some things you want to manage internally in the state object. There's a few ingredients to API design. I'll quickly go over these because I'm seeing I've got 5 minutes left here. So here I've got named parameters. So I'm defining something as required and something as not required, and I'm handling that appropriately. Here I'm using collection if down at the bottom. So yeah, named parameters are a super useful way to set some API on your widget. And you can also use callbacks. So Flutter has two types called void callback and value changed that are very handy for exposing an API that lets the parent know something has changed. So you see this a lot. So void callback is just a function without a parameter, and value change is a function with a single parameter. In this case, it's of type string. And I want to go over a quick API pattern that you might not be aware of or have used before. This is if you want to have kind of an imperative API. So normally things in Flutter are very declarative, but sometimes you want an API like this, where you just want to expose a method called set random text, and you want to handle that. You don't want the user to be generating random text. So I'm going to define a controller here. I'm going to extend value notifier, which means that this can notify other classes when it changes. And whenever it changes, it calls notify listeners. Then what do I do with that controller? Well, what I do is I actually put it in the API of my widget. So as a user, they will call my widget. Oops. They will give it a controller that they create, and they manage the lifecycle of that controller. And for example, when the button is pressed, they can call set random text, and they don't have to worry about how set random text is implemented. I'm going to skip over this. This is how you implement this. So if you're curious how this is implemented. And finally, when you're done, you've got your API for your widget, you might want to publish it. So this is the fun part. So when you have some code and you want to create a publishable package, I recommend using this template package template that we provide. So create a new Flutter project, give it this template. I also recommend adding an example project. So as you're hacking on this package, you can play around with your package in the context of a real app. So here I've got my package, and inside of it, I've got another Flutter project that's called example. So here's the example package. And it implements, or sorry, it imports the package from the root directory, from the parent directory. So now I can kind of hack on this example app and also develop my package. So I'm here, I've got a swipeable type style package here. You also might want to add CI. Here's an example travis.yaml file. We have a Medium article on this if you're curious how to do this. Here's some basic guide on semantic versioning. So one convention in Flutter is if you're using semantic versioning and it's a pre-release, meaning the first number is 0, then major, minor, and patch version changes actually shift down one number. So here's a quick overview of how that works. But if you've never used semver before, you typically want to publish versions that indicate whether the API has had a breaking change, whether it's just added some new features, or it's a bug fix. It's a patch update. So I'll make my change. I'll decide what version bump I want to give it by updating the pub spec. And then I'm going to run this dry run flag on pub publish, which will tell me if there's anything I need to pay attention to before I publish. So it's not going to actually publish yet. Once I see there's no warnings, then I can run pub publish, and it gives me another check just to make sure that I'm not publishing something I don't intend to publish. This is your last chance to double check. And once I've decided, yes, everything looks good, I can type Y and it uploads the package to pub. And there it is. So very, very quickly, you can see the published version on pub. So that is the end of my talk. We looked at finding widgets. Here's some links I recommend. We talked a lot about how to use them. We showed some demos of that, stateful hot reload, using the analyzer, checking the API docs. And we looked at how to build widgets using a few patterns. So we looked at how to set parameters to expose a configuration for your widget, and how to use callbacks, and how to use this controller pattern for more specific APIs. And we looked at publishing, which is really fun. So I really, really hope that you all write some widgets, publish them to pub, send them to me. And I really hope that this was helpful. Thank you.
It was helpful, John. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I would have to say, as a Flutter developer, I did find that a useful talk, and I learned a few new tricks, and I will be passing them on to my coworkers.
Very cool.
Yeah, but we have reached the end of DevFest Norway 2020. You are our very last speaker, so thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, since you just woke up, I guess.
Yep, got my coffee. I'll see you around.
Yeah, okay. Bye. Wow, what a great day. I learned so much. I don't know about you guys. I think we just want to say thank you to all of our speakers and the people who came and made this meaningful. That's you, the attendees. And of course, we have to say thank you to our sponsors, Microsoft and Google. And then I would like to extend a thanks to the great team that helped make this possible. You are seeing all their faces, and maybe they want to say something too. So unmute yourselves, say something.
Yes, what a day, right? We
Yeah.
delivered quite a lot of great sessions yesterday and today. And people are asking, like, where did we announce these, like, CFP schedule, website, and these type of things? When I have to say that if you just figure out, like, we are running DevFest, this is not going to be the first one or last one. So we will have more of these type of conference and events later. So make sure that you're subscribing to our channel, or you're joining to our GDGs. So then you can get the latest notification whenever we have something, you know, and later. And I personally like to thank everyone who joined us. We had quite a lot of number of attendees today. And I'm very proud of the team and all of you who joined and attended this conference and made this happen. As also a special thanks from myself to our sponsor. Again, as also Sarah mentioned, Google and Microsoft, who contributed to this conference and made this conference happen even better for you. And that's from me. Anyone else?
I just want to add, we will be posting the videos on YouTube in a few days, and I will ask the speakers if they want to send us their slides, and if they do, I will also post them on devfest.no, and I guess we can put them with the accompanying videos as well. So we'll send out an email when all that's done. We just have to edit them, or rather our maestro, Ivan, has to do that work. So thank you, Ivan.
Yeah, I would like to say thank you to all of you as well. And it's been really great, really fun couple of days. It's been great pleasure being part of this this event. And also one more thing that probably haven't been said just yet. So the faces that you see here and some more actually even faces behind this thing, they are organizing GDG chapters all around Norway. So some of them are GDG chapters, some of them GDG Cloud chapters. So I would like to use this opportunity to actually say that you as wall speakers and participants and everything are more than welcome to join the communities, but also actually suggest the talks. And it can be talks that you want to do yourself, but it can also be topics that you want to hear more about. So do that as well. Thank you very much again. It's been great pleasure.
It sure has. I think it's the end of the day for us. We've all heard a lot of good things, and maybe it's time to say goodbye. So.
Yes. Then goodbye and see you next year.
I hope we see you next year.
By the way, just wanted to pitch in that we are going to put up there's a very special video by Google called Heroes, and we don't have enough time right now, so we can we'll put them up on our website, and all of you will have a chance to look at it.
Yes, Five. Thank you for mentioning that.
We scheduled our DevFest ahead of other people because
we were supposed to show this video to make it an official DevFest, but we didn't get it till this morning, so we couldn't put it in our schedule. But there's a link to it now on devfest.no, and that's as best as we can do. Sorry, Google. Okay. Yeah. Now we can.
Great, then.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.